can.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Okay. So let me see if we're on. It looks like we might be on.
Okay.
Yep. That echo confirms it. Okay, so with us today we've got Mr. Wolfenhauz. I've seen you on a couple of streams. It's been a delight to watch you go back and forth with different people. You've got a lot of depth, a lot of interesting things to say, and it sounds like a lot of cool experiences too. So for those of you who are not familiar with you, would you like to do a quick introduction?
Sure, yeah. So, yeah, my name is, I go by Wolfenhauz on the internet. So that's my moniker. Got a small little YouTube channel. So I was raised predominantly secular. My mom is still kind of spiritual, but not religious. My dad he might be in the same framework, but he predominantly denies any type of spiritual reality. Was raised, very nominally Protestant, as a lot of Americans were. I was exposed in high school to very poor atheistic arguments, and kind of fell into that whole milieu because, I don't know, that was it was the surrounding, it was the upbringing that I was, or it was just what I was surrounded by. So what else was I supposed to think? And then, but it came very quickly. I went to junior college, and actually had a really good professor who, even though he was an avowed atheist, or I guess I can clarify that in a second. He wasn't an avowed atheist, but even though he was a secularist and a non-believer, he said that basically all my reasons for being an atheist were trash, like philosophically. And he said, so you're just being an emotional nitwit, which is almost a verbatim quote. He said, so hey, let me turn you on to actual philosophical like argumentations for theism and stuff like that. And so ever since then, I had this kind of very deep-seated, innate desire to understand human spirituality, because I don't know, even from a secular standpoint, I think it's really fascinating. Animals, plants and animals don't really pray. They don't create, headstones. They don't bury their dead necessarily. I mean, maybe elephants do, but they don't praise the heavens in the way that humans do. And so I became really fascinated with religion and the philosophy of religion. And due to my exposure to theistic arguments, I became very convinced in the idea of God and the existence of God, a monotheistic God. And so I didn't really know what I wanted to do with that information. I didn't really know what I wanted to, convert to, so to say. And I didn't really know what religion was true necessarily. Christianity was definitely on the last of all of them, since it was what I was so intimately exposed to. I was like, there's no way that was correct. So I kind of went through and I explored Judaism and Islam, and even some Buddhist writings, some Hindu writings. And then kind of moving my way through all of those writings, I finally ended up in Christianity, and I found like a breadth and a wealth of philosophical tradition, philosophical argumentation, and kind of fell in love with the Western tradition, not knowing that it was what that is mine. I didn't really know of it in those terms, but it spoke to me on a very deep and transcendent level. And so, following my stint in college and stuff, I just continued. I found a good Christian group of people that were near me, and of young brothers, and kind of immersed myself in that culture. And so I kind of went on the whole denominational hunt, where it's like, what denomination are you? And I was a Protestant, a Reformed Protestant, for a while, and became a kind of a proud Calvinist, a Reformed Calvinist for a couple years. I think maybe 2 years, year and a half. But the more I dug, the deeper I read of the church fathers and kind of the foundations of the early church. I moved away from Protestantism and kind of was entertaining either Catholicism or Orthodoxy. And since I had become so obsessed with the idea of tradition and following tradition, and not granting any leeway to modernity, I became Eastern Orthodox for around 6.5 years. I was baptized because I wasn't baptized prior. In my Protestant circles, I wasn't validly baptized, so I was baptized within Eastern Orthodoxy in about 2014, maybe. I have it on my certificate, but I'm not exactly. I can't remember the date for sure right now.
Shame on you, though.
Yeah, no, I know, right? To my shame. But I think it was around 2014 that I was baptized in Eastern Orthodoxy. I went to both a Greek and a Serbian parish. No, yes, a Greek and a Serbian parish. Those are the closest ones to me. Fell in love with the tradition. Had a great priest. Had a great godfather who eventually became ordained to be a priest. But I wasn't really ever. Not that I wasn't satisfied. I just kept reading. Kept searching, and there was always some aspect of me that I always had some issues with. Some of the Orthodox claims to kind of the magisterial integrity of the church. I was a big Jay Dyer guy for a long time, convinced by Jay Dyer and a lot of his arguments. But eventually, I found myself at home in the Catholic Church, and I found myself unable to entertain arguments against the Catholic positions. And so I left Eastern Orthodoxy after about 6.5 years, and I am a very, very new Catholic. I've only been a Catholic for around a year and a half. I went through RCIA and was confirmed into Catholicism through that, and here I stand. A very firm believing Christian, believing in the truths of Christianity, in the birth, death, and resurrection of Christ, in the eternal and perpetual virginity of Mary, and all things like that. So that's kind of the story. But all through all of that, I witnessed a lot of perils of a lot of Christian men, and that's kind of what I seek to rebut and to argue against in a lot of. I mean, wouldn't necessarily call it my ministry, but my kind of philosophical thought and stuff like that. I kind of see there to be some kind of ills that befall a lot of Christian men in particular, and I try to combat that. So that's kind of a quick synopsis.
Woo! If that's a quick synopsis, holy moly, I can't wait.
Sorry.
No, it's
long-winded.
No, it's a great story. It's fascinating. Yeah, so that's quite the experience, man. Like, I wish I could say that my story is similar to yours, but mine's like relatively, I don't want to call it shallow, but it's just not. Yeah, I just didn't have that kind of zeal or interest in the theological aspects of it. So I really appreciate your journey. I really do.
Yeah, man.
So I've got a lot of questions for you, just on what you just said. I know you already talked about probably all of it, really, on other streams, like on Thaddeus' stream for sure.
Yeah.
But let's go over it again.
Although Thaddeus, he prides himself on being non-denominational, which I respect. And I have utmost respect for all of my Christian brothers and sisters. So I never want to come off like some preachy Catholic, who comes and is like, you guys are wrong. But yeah, so
whatever you want to say, man, is fine with me. I'm not going to get offended or anything like that. So,
not going to police my speech, bro.
Not at all. Please don't. Hate that.
Yeah.
So Thaddeus is non-denominational. Huh? How do you even know that?
Well, I don't know if he's non-denominational, but he tries to keep all of the denominationalism out of his streams. So he has said that he has very firm convictions, and just from his name in his title being Reasoned Answers, I have a very significant feeling that he probably is Reformed. So he's probably like a Reformed, maybe not a full tilt Calvinist, but he probably is Reformed, which is not a problem. I respect and I admire that tradition, but that's what I would probably account him for. But I'm almost positive he's a Protestant, almost without a doubt. Same thing as David Wood and those guys.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm a cradle Orthodox myself, but a really bad one. Like I was raised, not around the church. I mean, the regular churchgoers would pick on the creasters, they call them. Only show up for Christmas and Easter.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't even qualify to be a creaster. Like I would go like once every 3 years, maybe. Like when the restaurant was not working, and then or something to that effect. So.
Yeah, because you're Greek by birth, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
So we did the typical, pizza place, a Greek pizza place.
There you
So,
go. All
yeah,
right.
yeah. So, yeah, I mean, my understanding of religion came from the boob tube, unfortunately. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm definitely California spiritual in my mindset. And that, yeah,
Yeah.
that hasn't left me, unfortunately. I think still struggle with that.
Hmm.
So, yeah,
Yeah. We all have our ties that bind.
yeah. Well, it's caused some problems, I think, in my. I mean, I actually even did a seminary for a while and had a pursuit there. And I think that's played a role in some of the issues that I might have had.
You definitely look like you could be a priest. You have a
Oh,
very
really?
regal. You have a really regal look to you. Yeah.
Well, thanks, man. Appreciate
No
it.
problem, brother. Yeah.
Yes, that means a lot because I do my best to be look as lax as possible.
No, you do
So,
look relaxed. It's just it's the facial features. You just have a very regal face. So
wow,
very
thanks.
very royal. Even though I know that priests aren't necessarily royalty or whatever, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I might. I mean, anyway, I don't want to get. Let's not talk about me. But yeah, it's something I haven't quite. Maybe I should reconsider. Like, yeah, I spent 20 years of my life on that formation and had a falling out of sorts, and I don't know where I'm at right now. But we'll see.
Yeah, discerning that kind of a vocation is it's a very very difficult one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I had a very small stint of discernment in that regard. So yeah, no, I totally get it. It's very deep and vacuous, and yeah, it's a never ending well or font of emotions in a lot of ways. So yeah, I totally understand, man. So God
Yeah.
be with you on that journey wherever it leads you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That means a lot. So, on that note, if you don't mind, if we jump subject and maybe we come back
Yeah.
to this, you did mention before that you were considering formal formation. Like,
Mm-hmm.
would you like to share with us what your thought, how that happened, how did it came about, and where it went, where you at with that?
Yeah. Yeah. So during my first couple years of orthodoxy, I became very disillusioned with the world. The state of the world is obviously, especially in the West, is just absolutely atrocious. Why would I want to do anything but serve my brothers and sisters in Christ? And so there was an idea initially about that I maybe would want to join a monastic order.
Wow.
But then I realized that I'm not really cut out for that. Just due to I'm a pretty extroverted person, and so being a minister, being a priest would have been something more up my alley. And so I talked to my godfather a lot about this, and he was very discerning and very prudent, and was like, you need to make sure that this is what you want to do. You trust, because he basically said there's a lot of convert zeal that happens, and they just all want to be priests, and you really have to really give it time. And so he gave me like a time frame of like 3 years or 2 years or something. And he's like, while you learn, while you study, while you live the Orthodox life, and while you live the Orthodox faith, then you can determine whether you are fit for the priesthood or not. Do not do it within, you've only been Orthodox for a year, almost 2 years. Give it another year, maybe even more than that. Because it's, fewer called, but many feel that they are. So I went through my lifestyle, and I looked at the kind of life that I was living, and I basically found myself unworthy. I was like, I'm not cut out to be a priest. Morally, the kind of debaucherous life that I had led in my younger years, I would have felt completely hypocritical to talk to anybody about holiness, to talk to anybody about things that mattered, such as, virginity prior to marriage, to talking about people about, maintaining spiritual virtue, chastity, penitence, patience, all of these spiritual virtues that are held so dear to the church. I have been a rambunctious, fornicating, drunken madman, for most of my life. And so although that zeal was tempered by the church, those sins were tempered by the church, they are still me. They are still my past, and they formed me into the man that I am. And my godfather and I both kind of came to the understanding that although the priesthood is obviously a beautiful and fantastic ordination or a fantastic vocation, it's not really for me, because the sins of my past would eat me alive. The demons would harness that so violently against me that I would feel incapacitated to serve properly, and so I decided not to take part in that willingly, and plus the discernment of my spiritual father, but with honest and serious introspection and prayer, I realized that I didn't want. I couldn't do it in good faith. But I wanted everything. I want all parts of me wanted to be a chaplain, a military chaplain or a police chaplain. Especially because seeing the men who suffer so greatly on the front lines and who have all these immense spiritual struggles, immense emotional struggles. As I have friends who were in the military who were very damaged from that, or who were police and were very damaged from that. I saw myself as being, wishing to be a light in the darkness to those men. But I realized that I in a priestly role, I would never be able to live down my failures in maintaining holiness when I was younger. So, and although we have plenty of examples in the church of that not happening, like St. Paul and stuff like that. We have plenty of examples of that. But I was called to marriage. I was called to being a man of family and a layman, and doing a kind of a quote unquote quasi lay ministry. And that's really where I was called to serve. So.
All right. Yeah, I mean, let me respond to that. Give you my 2 cents if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
So ultimately, that's between you and God.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, what I heard a lot just now was that you feel that you're not worthy.
Yeah.
And that this is based mostly on your previous life. So then you included the part about how that might be used against you by demons as spiritual warfare at a future date. That I can relate to. I mean, that's one of the things where when it comes to monasticism, for example, like you mentioned, that's why they're very strict about only bringing in virgins. I mean, it's not. Yeah. It's not like there's economia there. There's like a.
Of course.
Right, but. Yeah, generally they want virgins because they don't want people having extra struggles. Exactly. That's really what that hits the nail on the head for me. That's exactly right. Because I'm not saying that like I would have to be a virgin to be a monastic or a priest, but it does lend itself to being in my opinion, to being a more effective priest or a more effective monk. Because you're not, I don't know, you don't have the same, like you said, you don't have the same temptations, right. Because well, there is a goodness in maintaining those things. Yeah, I mean, as far as the temptations go, and the demons using that against you, that I can relate to. But as far as the discussion of worthiness, I would argue the exact opposite. I think I'm gonna, some people quote the Holy Fathers. I quote Hollywood. Okay, I hate it. Yeah, so I'm gonna quote who is it? Is it Eddie Murphy? Yeah, Eddie Murphy movie. Yeah, one of the worst movies ever. Vampire in Brooklyn. So he's up there in public, and he's pretending to be a minister or something. He's preaching, about how. Can I say this here in this conversation? I think so. I don't know. Rated R moment for those who have. If you have children. Yeah, whatever, prepare yourselves. Yeah, right. Yeah. So he's up on public and he's preaching. He's going, "Ass is good. Evil is good. Yeah. But if you get yourself some evil ass, that's real good." But anyway, in that little scene, he's talking about how he's a sinner, and therefore, because he's a sinner, he can relate to everyone. Kind of thing was actually my point. Sure. Yeah, and I think that's the exact opposite of what you're suggesting. That past is able to help you relate to people who are struggling through those things. Yeah, no, there is and I thought about this, because especially here in modernity, in the hell that I would call that is modernity,
everybody is kind of born of the void. Everybody has been a sufferer and a co-sufferer in modern times, and so the people who do pull themselves out of it and who are able to minister to people and be like, look, man, I was this, I was that, that can, in fact, be glorifying and edifying to the mercy of God. That can be, right? Because if you, I'm sure that there are plenty of drug addicts or fornicators, adulterers, sodomites, whoever, whatever, term, whatever sin that they're mainly struggling with, who could look to a priest and a priest could tell them, look, I was just like you. I lived 25 years of my life being enslaved to sin, and now I've claimed victory over death and sin and death through the power of Jesus Christ. There is that. And that kind of that specter, so to say, haunts me. It does, where it's like maybe I could have been more effective, but I don't know. I'm not one to say. All I know is that eventually my life led me to, and God ultimately, because there is no chance that God ultimately led me to be married and to have children, and to be a man of family. So. Right. And that's kind of where the road ended. So I don't want to ever condemn any priest or any priest's aspirations of men who have struggled with the realities of the world, because the fact is the church needs priests. It's a vocation that is highly necessary, especially right now. We have a massive shortage in both the Catholic and the Orthodox world. In both the apostolic churches, the Church of East and the Church of West, priests are in massive shortage. And so maybe the feeling of unworthiness is exactly what drives them away. And I'm not one to say that because I haven't done the necessary legwork to study it. But yeah, don't let that discourage you. This is just my personal story. So.
Yeah. Well, I've actually, when it comes to monasticism, that's something I've considered for quite a while. And that not exactly necessarily worthiness, but the spiritual struggle, it is something that's done me, right? But yeah, as far as the ordination goes, that's a whole other ball of wax. I'd rather get into it. We might get into it later when we get into that can of worms. We'll see how things go.
All
right. But let me offer one more thing to you. As a Catholic, you can still be an ordained deacon, if I'm not mistaken. Even though you're married, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
So
and that may go ahead. Sorry.
No, can deacons be military and like not a military? Can you be a military deacon, so to speak?
Yeah, that much who can serve the sacraments. That much I'm not sure of. I actually haven't really dug into that. So that's a really good question that I'm not. I want to, on the face of it, I want to say yes, but I'm not for sure. But because ultimately, you still would, from my understanding, you would still require a priest to perform the mass. But as a deacon, as an ordained deacon, you would be able to, to administer the sacraments effectively. So maybe, but yeah, I mean, the priest is the only person who can participate in the sacred mysteries in that regard, in the transubstantiation of the Eucharist. So, except there are specific canon laws where that isn't the case, and I know that there are times when ordained deacons, can perform the mass. So both in Orthodox, in East and West. This is not. I'm not saying that in a jurisdictional regard, because there are times of it was especially written about very extensively in the times of World War II. World War II, both East and Western Christians, they were confronted quite vehemently virulently with the challenge of serving the sacraments when when priests are dead, when priests are being murdered in mass, right. on mass, so to speak, not in mass, like in the mass, during the mass. I mean, like on mass, like in totality, the phrase. Yeah.
All right. So you talked about human spirituality. When you first said that, I was like, I don't know if I was familiar with that term, but yeah, you kind of explained it well with your spiritual trek there. Yeah, and you made a good comparison. Animals don't do the Eucharist, for example.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me more.
You want me to? Go ahead. I was saying, do you want me to elaborate more on that?
Sure, if you want. Yeah. Go
okay. Sure. Yeah, so whales may have sophisticated communication. Monkeys may have tribes and may have, like proto brides and go on war parties and form tools and things like that. Elephants may bury their dead. That's sometimes hypothesized in a way, but they don't have religion in the sense of like organized and hierarchical spirituality. At least we have no observational data about that. And so to me, that poses the question, even to the atheist, even to the secularist, or the agnostic, why does that happen? Why is spirituality so important to human beings? Is there something that makes us so different? Is it just the intelligence that we possess? Is it just our rational minds that are so well developed, and that's why we've developed these systems? I think that's a very utilitarian and rudimentary way of understanding that, but there is something different about us and the way we understand the universe from animals, even the most sophisticated of animals. And so it became the most worthy thing for me. It became the most worthy thing to study, as I was like, well, if there's anything that I want to study, why would I not study the thing that makes us separate from every other creature on planet Earth? There are other things, of course. Yeah, like we have scientific, advancement. We have all these things, but those are just complexities placed upon things. So like I said, if monkeys create tools, if chimps can create tools, well, an airplane is just a very sophisticated tool. You know what I mean? So I never saw that as being very distinct. I was like, well, just given enough brain power, any animal could create a sophisticated enough tool. But religion is separate from that. It's not a tool. It's a way to understand reality, and it's a way to understand like your organization within reality. And so it became the most important thing that I ever felt the need to study, because I was like, it's so unique to us. Why would I not dive like super head first into the most innate and human thing about us? The thing that makes us separate from literally everything, which is spirituality. Spirituality, that's a stupid term that's thrown around often today in the modern world, and it means all kinds of dumb things, human spirituality, new age spirituality, all that stuff. But just the belief. What I mean by saying that is, I mean like the belief in an afterlife, the belief in a God, or maybe the absence of belief in a God, but reincarnation. Spiritual traditions is really what I mean. The ways to organize your reality based around spiritual truths. That's really what I mean by when I mean human spirituality. I don't mean it in like a limp, modern, facile way. I mean it in a in the depth that it's all in the tradition, to the true tradition, in the way that it's always been practiced. So, okay. Yeah.
And when you mentioned Western tradition, you meant Catholic tradition that you're in now.
I think Western tradition has a few. There are a few aspects of Western tradition, but yeah, I think ultimately the Western tradition truly, if you are a Western European, I do think, and even not even a European, in just there are other Westerner people, I do think that the Catholic tradition is the ultimate foundation, the font of all of our spiritual reality, and I think that's borne out. I think that I read a lot of books from like a brilliant thinker by the name of, he was a perennialist, and I don't agree with all of those conclusions, but by a man by the name of Rene Guénon, and he talked about something called the Sophia Perennis, and it had to do with like living in a spirituality in which you yourself understand, because nobody is an island. Nobody is their own personhood is always built, and even language itself is built upon these spiritual metaphysical truths. And so if you are a Westerner, Catholicism is so imbued into your personhood, even if you reject it. Even the rejection of Catholicism is somewhat of a Catholic argument. But even your language, English and stuff like that, coming from a Germanic and Latin base, all the saints speak in a language that you understand, and they grapple with the same realities in which you understand. And so it becomes your reality. And so living within the spiritual truths of your tradition locally is the best way to attain to what they would call to attain salvation or attain enlightenment. And now, granted, I don't believe in that I do believe there is a true religion, but that's what they would say, is that to stray away from your historical tradition and to move to another one is not like changing nations, it's like changing planets. And so unless you're just a hyper brilliant person, you can't do it. It'd be like me trying to be a true practicing Buddhist. And it's like, I just couldn't, as a Westerner, I really can't practice Buddhism. Even if I really wanted to, I would always be basically a Christian LARPing as a Buddhist. You know what I mean? Live action role playing as a Buddhist. I would never really be a Buddhist. I would always just be a Christian who would meditate. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying. I've never quite heard that before, to be honest with you. So
yeah,
it's hard for me to wrap my brain around it. But essentially, I kind of get what you're saying. It's almost like you're being an imposter. All right.
Yeah. Because it's you're so steeped in it, like your language. You as a Greek person, Christianity and that tradition and that philosophical tradition formulated your language and what it means to like forgive and what it means to be sorry and like all these cultural aspects that we all take for granted. We just live day to day and we're like, oh, that's just the culture. That's what I am. Those things are so inculcated by a philosophical tradition, which is Christianity, that if we try to go, we can never be Japanese. We can never live in a Japanese society and truly have the brain and the mindset of a Japanese person, and especially a Japanese Buddhist. We just really could never throw off the shackles of our raising and throw off the shackles of thousands of years of tradition. All the best we could hope to do is just be like an interested outsider. That's the way that I see it, and that was Rene Guénon's main point. Now, granted, Rene Guénon eventually became a Muslim, but so that's besides the point. But
Okay.
yeah, so whatever. That I think the reasons why he did that were kind of weird, but because he thought it was so close to the Western tradition. But yeah,
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Give me a minute to scratch off that name. I was about to read his book, but I could now scratch.
Oh,
it off.
yeah, I don't want to read that guy ever.
Yeah. All right.
He's a brilliant man. Like, honestly, I would recommend him to anybody.
Correct. He was a brilliant man.
He was, and then he apostated from brilliancy. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, no, he died. He died a Muslim. His last words were Allah. That's what he said, Allah's name, when he died. That was his last words.
That's horrible. God forgive
Yeah.
me for saying that, but that is horrible.
No,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
All right. On the back of that, let me take you back to your college years. You said that you were actually inspired by an atheist professor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had
Yes.
a different experience with that.
Sure,
but-
most do. I was very lucky.
Yeah. So, how does that work? Like, I guess, was it kind of like you were being challenged? Is what it was? Or
Yeah.
what?
No, that's genuinely what it was. Because I smoked cigarettes. I smoked cigarettes back then. And so I used to sit outside, and smoke, burn one with my professor. And him and I would bounce off like logical concepts or logical arguments. And we would just have great conversations. And one of the times it came up was basically like, he was like, so what do you really believe in? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to, right? Like, any man-to-man conversation is really going to boil down to, like, are you religious? Are you an atheist? Like, what are you? What are you as a man? And so basically he prompted me with that question, and I was like, well, I'm an atheist, of course. Like, I'm not retarded. Like, I'm not stupid. Why would I be anything else besides that? That was my mindset at the time. Religion was a belief for stupid people. And he was like, he's like, whoa, who? Like, okay, so who do you listen to? What atheists? What atheistic arguments are you aware of? And of course I listed off the most cringe and loser list of that, which are the four horsemen. Oh shoot, oh, sorry, my screen went to sleep for a second. Sorry about that. I thought my whole computer shut off. I listed off, Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, and Sam Harris. The four horsemen of the atheist apocalypse, as far as it's concerned. The cringe atheist apocalypse, not even the good atheist apocalypse. And he was like, and he's like, he scoffed at me, and he was like,
Wow.
he was like, "You think those guys are arbiters and are good promulgators of atheistic arguments?" And I was like, "Well, especially Christopher Hitchens, of course he is. Like, have you seen his debates? You know?" And he was like, "Oh my," basically he's like, "Oh my child, you know not what you think. You know not what you do." And he was like, "Okay, let me take a step back here." He's like, "I don't know how else to say this to you, Dustin," or Mr. Wolf. That's what because that's what he always called me, Mr. Wolf. He's like, I don't know what, I don't know where you have acquired this information from and why you think it's good, but it's basically stupid. Those guys are not philosophers. Those guys have no philosophical training. Their arguments are terrible, and you should reject them wholeheartedly. And if you believe that they have good info, then you're really not worthy to even be in my class, because they're not smart people. They're very stupid people. He's like, yeah, like Richard Dawkins is a biologist and Sam Harris is a neuroscientist. And Daniel Dennett may be one of the only ones who might have some, but Christopher Hitchens is a journalist. He's like, these people are not philosophically trained. He's like, and now he's like, granted, he's like, so if you go through my studies and go through my class, and at the end of the day, if you find that their arguments are still convincing when you really understand what logical arguments are, then I failed you. If you think their arguments are rational and are logical, then I've done a very poor job at educating you. And he's like, so with that said, would you want to read the other side? Do you want, because it was like the dark underbelly, do you want to read the other side, the scary religious side, the stupid side? And I was like, yeah, sure, professor, whatever. And so, yeah, he gave me books on, like St. Gregory Nazianzus. He gave me, of course, Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas is a huge one that in the Western tradition. St. Anselm of Canterbury. There's a couple other modern ones that I can't really, not modern, but they're like 20th century. And William Lane Craig. He gave me a William Lane Craig book. And he said, look at these. And it was mostly an email. He didn't give me physical copies. He's like, look at these and tell me if you still think that Christianity, or not Christianity, he never said that. Excuse me, that's me paraphrasing. Let me know if belief in God is so stupid after you read these things. And so
this is an atheist professor that's challenging you to read.
Yeah, because he's dedicated to the craft. He loved philosophy. He loved the search of wisdom, the search of knowledge. And it was funny. He had this great joke. I'll never forget this. I'll take this to my grave. He said that he was, when the class would ask him, hey, are you religious or are you an atheist? And he'd go, I'm an atheist on the weekdays, but I'm a theist on the weekends. And he would be like writing, on the whiteboard while he's saying that, and everybody's like, what does that mean? What the hell are you talking about? And he would go, and he would turn around, he'd like whip around with the marker, he'd whip around and like, he'd be like, well, I'm an atheist during the week because during the week I have to come into work and I have to deal with all of you and all of those who came before you. And I realize there is no possible way that a good and loving God could exist if you exist at the same time. There's no fundamental way that God could be real if I have to talk to you and you're the future generation. There's no way that God can be real because how clearly awful humanity is degenerating. And someone would say stuff like that. And then he was, but I'll go home on the weekends and I'm with my wife and I'm with my daughter and I'm with my son. And then I realize that there is no possible way that God doesn't exist. He would say that.
Fascinating.
I loved that. I thought he's such an abrasive man, but I love the challenge. I grew up playing sports, wrestling and playing football and stuff like that. So I loved like that whole masculine challenge thing where he's like, you guys are all idiots and you're terrible and stupid and horrible and immoral. But then I go home to my family and I realize that there's no possible way that God couldn't exist. So he said he's an atheist during the week and a theist on the weekends.
So it sounds, I'm confused by that, but it sounds he actually does believe. Is that
maybe?
Yeah. Have you ever had the conversation with him since your conversion?
No. No, not seriously. I ran into him one time after I had like a cheesy sales job while I was still going to college. And I ran into him, and I think he thought that I had just given up, and I was just working a sales job at, I can't remember where I was at, but I was working a sales job. It was either like Verizon or AT&T or something. I was like slinging phones or something. But I ran into him then, but I only had a very brief conversation about like, hey, can I help you? You know, the whole customer service stick. And he probably didn't even really remember me. I was probably a dime a dozen, you know? So
that was undergrad. He was your undergrad professor.
yeah, that was JC. So he's a junior college professor.
Okay, still a small classroom then, right? I would imagine probably 30 students.
Yeah, it was pretty small. Yeah, pretty small.
All right. So what about, and then was that junior college that you had the Christian group that helped you out for a while?
Yeah, no, it was a good group of Protestants, a really good group of guys. I still keep in contact with them. I'm still really good friends with them. We did a bunch of, we'd go on mudding treks. We take the 4x4s out. We go to the lake. We go fishing. I was involved with the youth group. I met the first woman who I thought I was going to marry through them. Yeah, no, I can't at all consider them bad at all, or hold them in any negative regard. They were fantastic people. They were my introduction to the faith. And I remember it was so funny. I'd finally started to read the scriptures, and I remember standing in front of my youth pastor, and like I came up to him, I was like, God, this book is like magic. Like, what is this? How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm reading this book and my life is coming together. What's going on here? How's this? How? And he was like, yeah. Like, he was shocked because I was such a secularist, And so I was reading the Bible and I was like, there are deep truths that are becoming so apparent to me, and my life is like shaping up because of this. So, So yeah, they were great people. I love them. They were there. Like I said, I will always hold them in high regard, and I keep in contact with most of them even today.
That was my next question. That's really great to hear. Would it be doxing, or is it okay to drop their name, like the name of the group? I mean,
they were out of Kingsburg, out of Kingsburg, California.
So it was like a specialized kind of group. It wasn't exactly.
Yeah. They were affiliated with a specific church. It was like Kingsburg Community Church or something like that.
Okay.
So I think that was the official name. I could be mistaking that for now, but yeah, no, they were out of Kingsburg.
That's cool. I thought it was like some kind of national.
No. It was local.
Right.
Yeah.
So the way you talked about this revelation, you had this experience with the Bible, and how it's magic, how it's like a the living word, as they say, right? I just recently had an experience. I hope you don't mind if I take up your camera time here and share.
No, by all means.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, I mean, it speaks to the power of prayer and how real it is, and just how real this interaction we have with God through Scripture is just profound.
It is, truly.
Yeah, and it's something that people have to experience to believe, I think.
Yeah.
But once you had the taste of grace, once you experience it, there's no turning back.
It's true. William Lane Craig always floored me. There was a debate that he had with somebody, and it was during the Q&A session, and somebody asked him, they were like, what do I do if I don't believe at all in God, but I would love to? What do I do to experience God? And he told them, he said, if you read the Gospels, if you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you pray fervently, and you pray in truth and in goodness and good intentions, he said, if you don't feel the presence of God, he says, then message me. He says, and basically, I will revoke my ministry. He said something like that.
All right.
And I was like, oh, like to make, and I was at that point, I was like secular when I watched that debate. And I was like, oh, what a claim to have so much faith in the Bible, and to have so much faith in the spiritual truths of the Gospels, and to have so much faith in the power of prayer, to tell this clearly secular person that like, if you just do these things, And if God does not move you, then basically, like St. Paul says, then, if Christ is not crucified and didn't rise, from the dead, then we are all to be the most pitied. And that was basically that same argument, that like, then everything that I've done is but straw. Everything but I've done is but dust. So if you're not moved by the Bible and by praying fervently to God, then what am I even doing? What am I even doing here? And that, to me, it was very, very impactful to hear such a brilliant man, because I do think William Lane Craig is brilliant in a lot of ways. To hear such a brilliant man make such a bold claim in front of so many thousands of people during a huge debate of his. So, yeah, anyways.
Yeah. So essentially what happened was I had a family member that was going through a family crisis, basically divorce. And I was trying to have this conversation with her, trying to warn her, like, this is not the greatest idea. This was at a point in my life where I was rekindling my relationship with God, really building it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, in this heated discussion, not so much heated, but for her it was heated. For me, it was just like, trying to reach out. I just did a prayer. I did a quiet, silent prayer to God, and I said, God, please give me something from Scripture that I can share with her, that can reach her.
Mm-hmm.
And I opened the Bible, and it was the verse for Matthew. My burden, take my yoke up. My yoke is
light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Burden is heavy, but my yoke is light. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah. So
no, you're okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that was actually the first time I heard or read that quote, and I shared that with her, and she immediately just rejected it, got angry with me, and just basically didn't want to have nothing to do with me for the next couple of decades. Excuse me. Yeah, it was brutal, and I've watched her. I actually talked about this briefly on another stream. It was very difficult to watch her life deteriorate after that, and then to be treated like a leper by her and her children, consequently. So all this stuff that I watched. Now, just recently, I asked Thaddeus's group. I've tapped into their prayer efforts a lot. I'm not the best prayer warrior myself, so. And
I struggle. I struggle with prayer as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's being disciplined with that is not always the easiest thing to do for some reason. It's crazy.
It's because the demons. Yeah. It's legit because the demons. That's what my godfather told me, and it seems so apparent to me. Like now, it sounds so ridiculous to say, but it seems now like I can't help but think it's anything else. Like the demons just do not want you to pray. Like they absolutely do not. They would rather you do anything besides pray. Because I swear, I have no problem with so many of the other spiritual virtues, but prayer is so difficult. And I heard a great priest say it one time when he said he was talking about getting rid of acedia, which is like kind of like I don't know if you know that term.
Acedia.
Yeah, acedia. Yeah, we'll go okay. Yeah, because you have a Greek background, so you understand.
Sorry, yeah.
No, of course. So he was talking about ridding yourself of acedia, and he talked about how he said entering the difficulty, the way he said it, entering the difficulty of prayer. And that stuck with me so profoundly that I was like, he said entering into the difficulty of prayer. And I was like, that's so accurate. So many people and Protestants in general, which granted, good for them, they can pray so willy-nilly, but like so many of the apostolic people, prayer is a work. It's such a dedicated and majestic work. When you enter into the mystery or the difficulty of prayer, the challenge of prayer, then it's I don't know, it's something else. So I totally understand what you're talking about. I've always had struggles with praying, and then it's funny, my life always derails, and then I start praying, and my life always gets back on track. Weirdly enough, so it's so bizarre.
Yeah, now that you mentioned, I believe that was you that mentioned in another stream exactly what you just said, that you're struggling with prayer. And my thing is staying in the church and going to service, which
sure, yeah, sure, but it's even then.
So yeah, basically, that's a structure that I need. That's one of the good things about the traditional faith, is that we have this whale of set prayers that we can kind of tap into. It's kind of like a backup or a toolbox. Like when we
Yeah.
don't have the natural organic prayer ready to go, we're not very good at it. We we can resort to the prayers that have already been set for us by this people. That's very helpful, especially for people like me. The problem is having the discipline to stick with it.
Yes, yes, I totally agree. I do think that the prayers of holy men are more efficacious, as is stated in Scripture. But yeah, I think it's a good thing that we have that we have the guiding light of the traditions of the church, and I think it is to the detriment of many that they don't have that. And I mean, granted, their prayers maybe are good and are still heard by God, but I do think that no, I'm good. But I still do think that it's a lifeline to us. It's a lifeline. So
Yeah, so on the back of that, let me share my favorite read, which I've shared before with others, but it's one of the things I like so much about it is the fact that it's just that it's a small read. So I like books with pictures in them, long story short.
no problem, man. That's some of the best literature I've ever read.
Yeah. So I don't know if the
Oh,
audience.
beautiful.
Okay, good. Yeah. So yeah, that's. Have you read this one before, by any chance?
I haven't, but I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. The problem is, once out of all the people that I recommended it to, one time I gave it to someone who was very. I mean, the guy was literally a genius. He went to the Vatican, which hard to get into, and then he got into an accelerated program, which nobody gets into. He got into their program. And then on top of that, he was doing it, in half the time it usually takes. And so he was like the super genius. And so when he read this book, it was like, this stuff is elementary. You'd recommend this to me? But short of something like that, I highly recommend it. It was like a really helpful in my spiritual track there.
Oh wow, yeah, founder, yeah, Christian life as well as a founder and leader of the Russian Orthodox Diocese of Saros. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it's beautiful. Then, yeah. There's
Yeah,
those. I don't know what it is about those Eastern European people that they just understand the spiritual life to such a.
Sorry.
That's it. No, they've been through so much horrendous stuff. I think that's where it comes from. Is that the West is tempted by by capitalism and excess, whereas the East has been through virulent trouble and like plague and famine. So it's like you've got gluttony on one side in the West, and that's like the temptation and the horribleness of the West. Whereas in the East, you had you had famine and murder, horrible, like what I would call brute force. Whereas in the West, it's very very satanic. It's very underhanded. It's very temptation based and stuff like that. It's very passion based, and so it's a totally different style of spiritual temptation. But I do think that the East offers like just such a beautiful commentary on the spiritual life based on those types of struggles, really, truly. I love some of the Orthodox books that I had read were just, oh my goodness. Our Thoughts Determine Our Lives by Elder Thaddeus. So many, just, The Elder, the Guru, and I can't remember that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
That one I'm familiar with, yeah.
Yeah, there's been so many. I love the Eastern literature. It's fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic in the way that I love it because it's very, and this is not a negative way that I mean this, but it's very simple, but it's very profound at the same time. Whereas the West tends to be very either very socially oriented, where it's all about like what work do we do, or it's very, very intellectual. Very like almost scientific, very mathematical, very, consolidated data. Whereas the East does a great job of just like, look, man, these are the fundamentals. Like, live this way, act this way. They don't get weighed down with the details.
Thank you for saying that, because that's I feel like that's one of my problems. Now that I'm all in this apologetic circles and everybody likes lost spies, and they're very well read, and they're always like, they got these things memorized, on tap, ready to go, and I'm just here being like Mr. Blind Faith, like whatever.
Oh, I'm telling you, brother. I'm telling you, there are some people out there that are like savants. They're like savant geniuses, man. And they the things that they talk about and the things that they say and they do, and they can pull out a scriptural quote, and then they can pull out a quote from the church fathers, and then they can relate it back to scripture, and then they can relate it to this later church writer who St. Augustine wrote about this. I'm like. Yeah, I understand a lot of that because I have that same kind of mentality, but like there's a degree in which I'm like, that's beyond me, brother. That's beyond that's beyond me now. Maybe at one point when I was a younger man, when I wasn't in my 30s, was I more able to kind of follow that train of thought? But nowadays, man, I'm too tired. Like, I'm too tired and too overworked, man. I can't deal with that kind of stuff anymore.
Yeah, that's what my priest used to say. We used to call it as busy work. The thing that keeps us away from the prayer life.
Sure, 100%. Oh man, let me give you a great story. Speaking of like a good Orthodox priest. So one of the things that we did is we went on pilgrimages often when I was in Orthodoxy, and one of the places we went to Erie, Pennsylvania, and we went to the only Old Believer parish that rejoined ROCOR.
Okay.
So, because it was an Old Believer parish, and they were separated from ROCOR for a long time, and it was the only parish that had rejoined and not stayed in the Old Believer ways. And it was by very hard work from the priest and the bishop. It was crazy, the whole story. So I had a friend who went there, and in the Orthodox and the Old Believer church. Are you aware of the whole Old Believer split?
It's been a while since I read about the ROCOR and
Old Believers.
Okay, Old Believers. Sorry.
Yes, you had the ROCOR and the Old Believers because it was mainly a Russian thing. It didn't spread to really any other jurisdictions. So it's really just go ahead.
Was that like it happened during the whole communist thing? Like
kind of, partially.
Century?
Yeah, well, there were the reforms, the Niconian reforms that happened in Orthodoxy, and it was a reform to the way that the rites were practiced, and the way the liturgy was celebrated, and so there were those, and in canon law, there were reforms, the Niconian reforms, and so if I'm not mistaken, I could be totally wrong about this because it's been a while, so forgive me if I'm misstating this because I'm an idiot, but the Niconian reforms happened, and then there was all of the struggle between Russia and ROCOR, which is the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. That's what ROCOR means. It doesn't mean just the Russian Orthodox Church. It means ROCOR is like the missionary effort outside of Russia, right? So in the United States, you had ROCOR, and then you had that was it. And then during that split after the Niconian reforms and during communism, you had the Old Believers who maintained the old rites. So they maintained the traditional practice of the liturgy, and they maintained like the old rites, like you couldn't shave your beard. No layman could shave their beard. You never could shave your beard for your whole life. So stuff like that. There are old canon practices like that. And they were actually priestless, and they would still hold liturgies. That they could, but they see that's the thing, right? It wasn't a full liturgy because they couldn't celebrate the Eucharist. So they would still celebrate like this lay liturgy, but they couldn't celebrate they couldn't celebrate it truly because they couldn't have the Eucharist. And they did that for years. And so it was a concerted effort by certain Russian priests to be like, look, like let's talk about these reforms. Let's bring ourselves into the future. And I hate saying that because like I'm not a progressive or anything. I'm a traditionalist, but they were saying, but these reforms are good. Don't take them on their face value. Please allow us to go forward in a positive light. And so I went to the only Russian Orthodox church led by a priest who was an Old Believer who rejoined Russian Orthodoxy. And man, it was fantastic. Like the liturgy was amazing. The church was amazing. But I remember we went with a group of buddies, and my buddy had a wife who they weren't admitted into Orthodoxy yet. They hadn't been, their marriage wasn't sacramental yet. And he was talking to this Russian priest, And he was like, well, my wife and I have refrained from the conjugal act because it's not a sacramental marriage yet in the eyes of Orthodoxy. And the priest was so adamant about, do not do that. He was like, you are married. He is your husband. You are his wife.
Yeah.
Do not do that. He's like, he said, God bless you. He said that so many times. It's so beautiful. He's like, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you for doing that and for thinking that you need to do that. But it is not necessary. You know, it is not necessary. Be unto each other, give unto each other in that way. You are husband and wife. Do not withhold from each other, So it was I'll never forget that. Like seeing him, he almost wept. He was so impressed that like there were modern people that cared so much about Christ and about the mission and about the eternal commission and stuff like that, that they were willing to withhold themselves from something like that. Whereas most everybody else is like, just a bunch of degenerate losers, including myself. I'm one of those people. But there were so many people that were so many immoral people when he's hearing confession and stuff. And then he has this great and holy couple that's like, oh yeah, we're refraining from the conjugal act because we're not sacramentally married. And he was just like, oh my God, God bless you for doing that, but please don't do that. It's wonderful. So that's one of my favorite like stories of my time in Orthodoxy.
Yeah,
I love it. I love that. It was so beautiful. So I stayed over there for, I think, in Erie, Pennsylvania. I think I stayed there for 1 or 2 weeks and got to pray and got to experience the liturgy in that parish every day. So it was absolutely wonderful.
Sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm. I still have some pictures laying around. I'll have to show you one of these days.
Yeah, we'll see how things go, but I'd like to do this again sometime in the future.
No, of course, brother.
So let me take you, I don't know that much about Protestant faith. I was raised in it, so to speak. I
Really, were you?
No, I overstated it quite a bit. I was raised in the South for the most part, and so.
Oh, wow.
Once in a while, I would go visit different parishes, but I I would show up, I didn't know what was going on, so I had no idea. Then, of course, mass media, all that's pretty much, for the most part, Protestant mindset, give or take. So Reformed Calvinist. I don't know that much about it. What is that?
Okay. Let me bring it up here. Because it's been a while, so I'm going to have to probably take a little bit of a refresher.
Okay, great.
So one of the main points of Calvinism is what they call TULIP. I don't know if you've ever heard that acronym before.
No.
Okay.
No.
So the 5 points of Calvinism, which is TULIP, it's 5 letters. T stands for total depravity. U stands for unconditional election. L stands for limited atonement, sometimes referred to as definite or particular atonement. I stands for irresistible grace. And P stands for the perseverance of the saints. So this is the 5 points of Calvinism. They're a product of the Dutch Reformed Church, which So when the followers of Jacob Arminius presented the church with their system of theology, the church met and rejected them at the Synod of Dort. So that was the last synod in 1619. So the canons of Dort were the response against the Arminians, which is the big divide between Protestants. Is you have Arminians, ultimately, you have Arminian believers and you have Calvinist believers. That's really when it comes down to deep theology, those are the two. That's the big separation. As far as theological challenges in Protestantism. So when you go back to total depravity, the way that I was described this and the way that I came to believe this was, so in the Catholic and the Orthodox world, grace is a coactive thing. Where God is calling to you, you have to receive the grace willingly, and you walk forward in grace while God basically throws grace to you. A great metaphor or an analogy is that our understanding of the Catholic and the Orthodox understanding of a grace is you are in, imagine you're out in an ocean, and you're like flailing around, which is sin. You're out in an ocean flailing around and you're trying not to drown, where the Ark of the Covenant, which is the church, slides by you and throws you a lifeline. Well, you have to use your will to grab onto the lifeline and to shuttle and it's the Ark of the Covenant, the church, pulling you aboard, and it's you working with that Ark of the Covenant with God's will to save yourself, right? So you're not saving yourself entirely, but there is a coactive aspect to it. Well, the Calvinist belief is that there is no possible way that you have any coactive aspect in your salvation at all. There is none. You do not choose salvation. God calls you irresistibly. So when God decides that you're saved, you have no say in the matter. God's will is so powerful that he rips, the way that it was described in that same analogy is that just like there's the boat that drives by you and throws you the raft. Calvinism is that you are dead, you're already dead, and you are sunken to the bottom of the ocean and you're decaying. And it is Jesus who descends down into the depths of the ocean, and he breathes life into you and brings you back up out of the ocean. And you have no say in it because you're so dead to sin that you have no cooperative act in you at all because you're incapable. You're dead to sin, right?
Well,
so that's what total depravity is. Total depravity means you are dead to sin. There is no redemption in you whatsoever, and it is only by God's grace that you have you don't have anything in you. It's only God that calls you. And then unconditional election, it's the same thing, that God calls his elect, and there's a set number of people, and there is no others. There is no negotiation. God calls who he wills, and he rejects who he wills. And then the limited atonement is that's about Jesus dying. He died for the elect. He didn't die for everybody. Yeah, I believe it's predestined from... Yeah, no, that's not exactly correct. That's God's foreknowledge. He determined the elect before all ages. And they quote the whole vessels of wrath and the vessels of mercy thing, which is that there are those who are vessels of mercy, which are saved, and there are those who are vessels of wrath. So God fashioned hell-bound people. That's what that means. Is that God fashioned them from the womb, that they are hell-bound. And then irresistible grace. So this is tulip. That's what I'm going through. Irresistible grace means that when God bestows upon you with grace, you cannot turn away from it. You're incapable of doing it. Just like you're incapable of saving yourself, God is such a magnet, so to say, that he calls you, you listen, you obey, because you're basically an automaton. As far as in the comparison to God, you're an automaton. You don't really have you don't have free will in the Calvinist system. You don't. And then perseverance of the saints means that anybody who is called by irresistible grace is saved, and they will never fall away ever, because free will is kind of just a how would you say, kind of just a speculative theory in the Calvinist system.
Wow.
Okay. So that's what Calvinism is. And now there's degrees of it and stuff like that, but that's tulip. That's what the 5 points. If you're a 5-point Calvinist, that's what you really believe. And now, granted, I'm speaking of this in alliteration, and I'm rusty. So like, if I'm not explaining this perfectly to a T, forgive me. I'm an idiot.
Well,
I don't mean to.
A lot more than I knew a few minutes ago, so no worries. I appreciate that.
Calvinism it's very predetermined. It has a lot of emphasis on God's glory and on God's free grace, but it is God and not you who does anything. You do nothing. And that's why if you ever read what's that? I have a great book by him, John. It's not John Calvin. Shoot, I can't remember his name. But that's where you get the whole Puritan, very fire and brimstone. We are but worms, in the fire of God's wrath. And like that, that's where you get that very fire and brimstone-y kind of talk. That's from Calvinism. Yeah, the puritanical belief is a Calvinist belief for sure. Okay. How can God love the world and only choose the elect? There's Calvinist arguments against that, but it's because the world doesn't deserve love. Like that's really their main argument, is that the world doesn't deserve love.
All right.
Because they've sinned against God. They've sinned against the infinite creator. So why do they deserve love? It is only by grace that we're forgiven. So why does the world deserve to be saved? Why does every human deserve anything? We don't. It is only by grace that we're saved. That's their answer to that.
Yeah, I once had an encounter, like when I was doing my grad degree, I got really active with a religious organization.
Yeah.
Stood in Oregon. I was trying to film Ostrov. There's a Russian film in English is translated.
Ostrov, I know. Yep, I know exactly which film that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of pushback. I was being stonewalled in all kinds of
really?
ways. Yeah, and one of the students in the film organization that was responsible for student film screenings on campus. They got kind of aggressive with me. They're like, "Well, we believe that you're only saved by grace." I'm like,
"Yep,
yeah. Okay,
no, that's it. That's a very Protestant belief." Yeah. So like here, just like to reference that same article, it says total depravity references the effects of the fall of man. God judged Adam, and the judgment is imputed to his entire offspring. There are certainly physical effects as a result of the fall: disease, violent weather, suffering, death. As we all know, we would affirm that as apostolic believers. However, the particular emphasis is the extensiveness of the spiritual effects. Specifically, mankind lost communion with God, and our entire nature, that's very key. Our entire nature was corrupted, hence total depravity. The human's will is in bondage to their fallen nature. Furthermore, mankind was cursed and made liable to eternal damnation. We have an entire absence of holiness and an entire inclination to evil. Our mind's ability to reason as to the divine realm is totally darkened. That's it. That's it. Now, granted, I was an edgelord back when I was young, right? When I heard that, I liked it because I hated the very effeminate and the very liberal Christianity that I grew up with. And so Calvinism was the antidote for me, not an apostolic believer. Calvinism was the antidote to that. And so I was like, I hate philosophical liberalism so much that sounds good. That sounded good to me at the time. It did. It really, and it's even now to this day. Like there's a fiery aspect of that and a masculine aspect that I really enjoy. That it's just, I don't know, it's so powerful and it speaks so much because you see the depravity. You see it in human nature so clearly. I was like, so I get that. Human beings don't have an inclination to the good. Have you seen human beings? Like, have you been to the United States? Have you been to all the West? Where is our inclination towards the good, the true, and the beautiful? Where is it? Of course we're totally darkened. Obviously. What is this? So when I was young, that spoke to me on a visceral level. I really liked it back then. So, yeah.
I'm trying to think of a film. It's actually a really old one, a classic. Anyway, I'll get back to it. But it basically.
Sorry, if I'm ranting ever, just let me know, man. I get on rants.
Not at all. No, it's great. No, not at all. Like, you give me a lot of insight, and you're triggering a lot of things as you talk. So that's the other reason I'm kind of scatterbrained right now. I got all
no, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't. For some reason, also my memory sucks lately. I can't remember the name of this movie, which is a classic. Anyway. It was basically
what's it about?
It's got the famous line that goes, "Who, you talking to me? You, me, you, me." Yeah, but I can't remember the name of the movie. It's basically about a taxi driver.
You're talking about Taxi. Literally, it's called Taxi Driver.
Oh, really? That's probably
with Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
Yeah,
when he's you, me, you. Dude, that one of my favorite films of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. You remember the speeches that he was given, like during the film, like he was talking about the filth and the oh, if the
Yes.
rain comes down, yeah. So
Oh, dude, that I love. Me and my buddy used to watch that like on repeat, man. And how we were like, how accurate is because we lived part of the time that when I was growing up, when I moved out of my parents' house, we lived kind of in the ghetto for a little while, and we were just like, God, this movie's so accurate, you know, like you have the whole angry. I don't want to get too I don't want to get too weird on our but it is you deal with like the whole at least in our perspective it's like the whole angry white man complex where it was like you see the depravity in the world and you just want to clean it up,
huh.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't remember that aspect of it. I do remember the whole him trying to save a prostitute who was extremely young.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because
so,
he wanted to save her. He saw her as worthy of being saved. Yeah, yeah. No, there was a dude. The political regime in the United States hates that movie. They think it is it's one of the movies that radicalizes young men. Yeah, they say they should almost should be on like the banned books list. Like that's our banned movie list. That's almost really truly what they feel like. Yeah,
interesting.
yeah,
So
yeah. The taxi driver.
well, this all kind of brings us to a discussion you had on Status Stream, which was when you were considering Islam. I don't know. Is that
Sure.
still true? Is that something that you're still kicking around?
Um, I wouldn't say that I'm still considering it. I mean, yeah, granted, like, am I ultimately open? Ultimately, truly, like, yes, am I open to God revealing something to me? Yes, but I feel like I've delved really deep into it. And I feel like I've talked to the most prestigious, what I would consider the most prestigious apologists, not the pop apologists that are on YouTube and stuff like that, like serious apologists that aren't willing to like cover things up and lie. Now, granted, Christianity does the same thing. I completely agree that there are Christian apologists online who sugarcoat Christianity and make it seem compatible with modern secular and liberal norms. But when I talk to serious Islamic scholars, and when I talk not maybe not scholars, but very serious Islamic apologists, there isn't anything. I haven't been able to climb over the truth claims of Christianity whatsoever. And hilariously, it's almost like I wish that I could. There are certain aspects of Christianity that I have such a deep-seated struggle with. And now that's sin. That's the nature of sin. But there are aspects of Christianity that I have massive struggles with. And it's almost, I told one of my friends who was a Muslim, I said, don't consider me a Christian who wants so badly not to be a Christian anymore. Okay. That's what I said, consider it that way. That's not obviously not true, but it's like, I said, just think of it that way. Think of me that way. But I could never get away from it. I could never get away from the truth claims of Christ. I could never get away from the truth claims of the Bible. Islam, in a lot of ways, I hold Islam in a lot higher of a regard than a lot of people do. That's not wrong. That's not up for debate. A lot of the online polemics of Christians hold Islam in a very negative light. But granted, a lot of the things that they argue against Islam for, that looked really funny when you did that because the green screen like blocked out like the first half of the bottle, so it looked like you're holding a cup way above your head and like pouring the cup down. Sorry, that distracted me. No, it's okay. But a lot of online polemicists, when they argue against Islam, what they do is, especially from a Christian perspective, they basically make the argument that Islam is not sufficiently liberal. And that's why it's bad. It's bad because it's not sufficiently liberal. I think that is very weak and a very poor way to argue against Islam. I agree that there are theological reasons why we should counter Islam, and we should see it just in the same sense of our traditional Christian forefathers saw Islam, which is a heresy and something that we should fight against, and a challenge to our civilization. That's what we should see it as. But to say that like, oh, Islam is mean to women. Oh, wait. Like I cannot stand that. Like, okay, the Bible is mean to women according to most modern people.
Well,
Um,
all right.
you know what I mean? So I have a serious issue when anybody says that one religious system is wrong because it's not sufficiently compatible with modern liberal civilization. Because Christianity isn't compatible with modern liberal civilization, as much as everybody wants to make it out to be.
I don't. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I completely agree with you. There is this, well, not all of them, but there is this sense of, like you said, like this modernist
yeah,
ideology that's kind of corrupted a lot of the churches, even
sure.
our own respective
Well, it's
faith.
because we're the West. You know, modernism steeps where the West is the modernists,
I would
and
like to
so
agree with you, but I would argue even the Eastern churches, like even Russians, like
are really
who claim to be very traditional and so on and so forth.
are still infected with modernism.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
unfortunately.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not super well versed. I've been out of that game for a long time, so maybe yeah.
So, if I may, like a quick side note, but
Of course,
Josh
brother. Of course.
he's a really good guy. He's interested in talking to you about the faith. Can I pass on like your Discord or something along to him?
Oh, of course, brother. Yeah, of course.
All right, I'll do that. I'll connect you to him.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Um,
anybody in the chat or in the view. I don't have it up right now, so I apologize if I haven't seen
no
anything.
worries, no worries. Yeah.
But anybody who wants to reach out to me and wants to talk to me about things, I will. Of course, I'm a family man. I'm a working man. But I will try my best to. I'm sure as Nicodemus can attest. You know, I'm fairly available. Like I'm fairly responsive. You know,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you exactly how I believe. You know, like regardless if you say something that maybe you believe, I'll throw my belief out there and without hesitation. So,
So, yeah. It says,
but what just
well,
Wolfenhauz said, I became his fan. Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
yeah. Um, yeah. So, is there? I mean, there's parallels between the what you were just talking about, the Calvinist Church and the predestination and all that, and with
Yeah,
Islam. What we were just talking about as far as the alpha male, and they're
sure.
yeah. So, is that is all part of the appeal to Islam?
It
Is that
seems like right now, yes, it seems like right now that there is a very serious push that Islam is the masculine religion, and that Christianity is the feminine religion. And well, modernity is truly, now this isn't up for debate, modernity is feminine. The liberal movement is feminine. It is anti-male. It is anti-hierarchy. It is anti-tradition. It is anti-masculinity entirely. And so a lot of people have seen Islam to be the antidote for that. And now, granted, it is very hard for me to just immediately bash those people who come to that conclusion. Because the fact is that modern society is just so bad. And anything that they... Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, no, go ahead. I'm cutting you off. And anything that what?
And anything that offers a alternative to that, especially one that believes in God and it believes in a higher power, I understand why it's alluring. And if that religion tells you to be a warrior, if that religion tells you, to take care of your wife and to be a provider and to build a family and to be prepared to go to war with unbelievers and to be prepared to draw the sword against those who insult your God and insult your prophet, that's hard for me to say, oh, you shouldn't believe in that. Oh, you shouldn't believe in that. Because every man's heart cries out for that kind of a reality. Every man's heart cries out to go to war against those who are, to those who are unfaithful to eternal truth. To be a good man and a good father, and to sire children and to have a wife and stuff like that. Now, granted, I disagree fundamentally with polygamy. I do, because I think it destroys the fundamental aspect between man and woman. But I do think that there is a serious calling in the majority of men, especially the men of millennial age, me, and below that. That modern society is so pacified and so effeminate, so feminine, that if men are told by Islam, even radical Islam, told to wage war against the unbelievers in the West, I think that's more alluring than the alternative. And so if Christianity doesn't offer them something more enticing than that, that speaks to their soul more enticingly than that, I think that they're going to lose. If we basically just counter, well, you shouldn't be violent, you shouldn't have any righteous hatred towards the kind of things that you see in modernity, like some nasally pencil necked loser. If you don't offer an alternative of how to solve the modern crisis, then you will lose. That's my opinion. I think Christianity should be masculine. I think that it is a masculine religion. Our history is a masculine faith. And if it doesn't focus on that, if it becomes exactly what all religions become under liberal modernity, which is pacifistic, and basically, I'll say this, I'm going to say this forthrightly, it's basically pacifistic homosexuality. If that's what your religion becomes, then no man worth his salt will ever follow it. And if Islam is the only religion that preaches against that, then say goodbye to converts. Say goodbye to men who will convert to your religion. That's my position.
So, do you feel that God needs to be defended by the sword? Do you think that God would say, you need to defend me by the sword?
I don't know necessarily if God needs to be defended, because God doesn't need anything. God doesn't even need our worship. But do we worship God? Yes. God doesn't need our worship at all, though. God doesn't need a church. God doesn't need the most beautiful and the ornate things to build a church. But should God's church be built? Yes. Should God's lands be defended? Yes, absolutely. So yeah, no, I don't think that God needs us to defend him via the sword, nor do I think that God needs ornate and beautiful churches. But it is our honor due to him to protect his name and to protect his people. Especially, you can take God out of it just to not take God out of it, but for the good and the necessity of the nations of the people. Should God's land be defended by the sword? Absolutely. To defend the righteousness and the goodness of all Christian people and their future generations. Should it be defended by the sword? And now that doesn't mean, the sword doesn't mean decapitate everybody you see, but I'm talking about by like law and force. Like, should we have protective borders? Should we push out people who are evil and violent? Yes. Like, would God's land wish for us to tolerate open, murderers or open rapists? No. God would never want our land to tolerate that. Now, does God need us to put murderers in jail? No. God's will be done. God will work in whatever system that exists. He worked the ultimate good through Christ's sacrifice. But should we ultimately try to establish a holiness on earth? Yeah, I think so. Through law, through justice, through our eternal devotion to God, do I think that we should strive towards a holy society? Do I think that we should strive towards a holy nation? Absolutely. And I think that God is very clear, and I think that honors God, and I think that's very clear throughout the scriptures. That creating a civilization and a people that honor God's name and that don't blaspheme and aren't immoral. I think every nation that ever did that was immoral and that cried against God, clearly God rose up another nation to conquer them. So I do think we should strive for holiness. Yeah, absolutely. And if that means by quote unquote violence, does that mean just go out and killing everybody with a sword? No, that doesn't mean that. But but ultimately through quote unquote violent means, do I think that that's good and noble? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So I failed two things in our interview. I think that's mostly because of my technical issues. Well, I can't lie. Mostly it's because of my memory. My memory sucks. But what I wanted to do with you was to start our session with a prayer.
Oh, perfect. I'm sorry that we missed that.
Yeah, well, that's on me. Don't apologize for it. Now, hearing you apologize for something I failed to do is like makes it a little worse. But yeah, the other thing was, I wanted to go through like a warm, kind of again to know you kind of thing, which we completely skipped, which is kind of
Okay.
unfortunate. Because now in this part of the conversation, I want to go back to that because I'm kind of wondering. Do you mind if we kind of take 10 steps back?
Yeah. So if you want to real quick, if you want to make a note of that, may I use the restroom?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Real quick, is that fine? Yeah, I'm,
yeah.
I'm, I'm
Yeah.
happy. I'm happy to go there. But
Okay.
allow me real quick to use the restroom, and then I will absolutely be back.
Yeah, do your business. Sorry. So while he's doing that, I'm going to let's see, researcher, modern society. Okay, wow. Here's researchers making some interesting points here. Let me put you on the spot if you don't mind. Married man of several so-called girlfriend. Oh, um, you're definitely Muslim researcher. All right, so let me start. Apologize. Let me scroll back up here. Okay, so let's go with your first point here. So, like, tell me in modern society, nudity is art. Movies show nudity and encourage women towards nudity. You want short clothes for sport women to make women sports attractive. Isn't that degrading women? The last part is a question, and my answer to that question is yes, that is degrading to women. But the modern society that you're referring to is not a Christian society. It's an anti-Christian society, and that is the problem. Everything and everyone that falls into the category of anti-Christian is a problem, is an abomination to God. Everything and everyone. So those that deviate from Christ do things like pretend that nudity is okay, just like we saw in Judaic law, when, with Sodom and Gomorrah is the most popular example of that. And they got destroyed for it directly by God. And those that were true believers of God were spared from that destruction. So this is true with Christianity as well. Christ illustrates that very well. If you perform sin with your eyes, with your mind, if you lust with your eyes and your heart alone, then you've already sinned. And that is the problem with all these anti-Christian ideals, whether it's modernism, secularism, hedonism, Islam, Buddhism, the modern pagan, Hinduism, all these isms that are anti-Christian lead to the same path of depravity, of sexual depravity. For example, bachabazi is a pedophilic Islamic practice that's still practiced to this day. That is an abomination to God. For God protects and loves children. He puts children above all else. Where Islam completely takes advantage of children and destroys them, belittles them sexually, physically. I mean, it's quite disturbing. Sorry.
No, allow me to. Like in modern society, nudity is art. Movies show nudity and encourage women towards nudity. That's true. You want short clothes for sport, women to make sports attractive. Isn't that degrading to women? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Although, do I think that Islam offers a true entire alternative to that? Not necessarily. No. I think that they do to a degree. Yes. I do think that modesty in Islam, it's to be envied by most Christians. Do I think that hijab is better than the Western norm? 100%. That's my opinion. Now Nicodemus, of course, can disagree with me. Would I rather live in a hijab and even a niqab society versus what I live in right now in California? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it kills me to hear you say that, since you're a traditionalist. I mean, you were talked about earlier about your experience in Pennsylvania and the traditional church, and how those traditional.
It kills you to hear me say that.
Yeah.
All the women who were traditional wore basically a hijab when I was in Pennsylvania.
Well, okay, let's not call it a hijab though. That's like saying a gyro is a kebab. It's not really the same
Okay,
thing.
no, that's fair. That's fair.
Right.
But they were very modest. They all had head coverings. They all covered their hair, which hair is their glory. Obviously, any man of Scripture knows that.
Right.
Any man of Scripture knows that a woman's hair is her glory. So she covered her glory, and she covered her entire neckline all the way down to her elbows, basically her aura, which is in Islam, and she wore a long dress, and it wasn't form fitting. So no, I understand there is a distinction between the hijab, and there's a reason in a difference between the hijab and modesty. But I'm all about effects. Where it's like, even if it could potentially, just like how I think that I see that in a weird way in the crucifixion, where the crucifixion was obviously, all the people who were perpetrating the crucifixion were obviously out to do evil, right? Like they were out to murder Jesus, correct?
Right.
But the ultimate good came out of it. So I'm the same way when it comes to like hijab, and I am to other modest laws, where I'm like, even if the precipice and the primary aspect of the law may not be good, ultimate good can come out of it. That's my position.
All right. Would you agree with this statement? When it comes to these things, Islam invented nothing.
When it comes to, are you going to list those things or
Morality, simply put, morality. When it comes
did Islam?
to morality, when it comes to morality, Islam invented nothing. Was that a fair statement to make?
Yeah, I don't think Islam invented anything. Yeah,
Okay.
no, especially in the sense of morality. No,
No, thank you. That's a very important thing to make because
distinction. Yeah, I get you.
yeah, because
Yeah,
we don't want to give credit to the thief who
I get you.
perverts the truth.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Now, granted, even an honest Muslim might say, even married men have several so-called girlfriends other than wives. Disgusting. Anathema.
okay,
How dare they?
So there we go. And to him, this is quite all right because this is what Islam teaches. He doesn't understand that. Well,
Oh, he's saying this is okay?
yeah. Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
this is the mindset of Islam. Like one minute they're like, oh, you know what? The Western women, they're wearing shorts and they're horrible,
Yeah.
horrible Christians.
Sure.
But in the same breath, doing
Yeah. Let's be clear here. Like, do I think that men should? So God asks us to come back towards decency and towards family system. This way, you will have your own paradise in the world. Okay. So I do agree that.
with that. Yeah.
No. I do agree that the fact that the sense that. No, excuse me. Let me rephrase this. I don't think that men should have multiple wives because they have sexual desires. To me, that's perverse.
Yeah, that's horrible.
If a man has abundant sexual desire outside of his wife, to go to other women to satisfy that to me is perverse. That's perverse. That's perversion. And any Christian would just say that forever throughout history. And so it is up to the man to curtail his desires. And that is a Christian precept because you should have, self-control. And now granted, I'm not a cuck. I'm not a liberal. I'm not the kind of, beta boy who says those kind of things. Why don't you just, stop? Blah, blah, you know what I mean? These kind of people, Nicodemus.
Yeah.
I am saying that it is a virtue to have chastity. I'm saying that, and it's hard. The thing is that it is hard to do. It's very easy to have 4 wives to sexually satisfy you as a man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, is that it is easier to do that. It's easier to have your sexual satisfaction be via 4 women. And what I will go further to say, and this was a very illuminating point for me towards other people, is that whenever I look at Jannah, whenever I look at heaven in the Islamic concept, it is just a pleasure fest.
Yeah.
It's a hedonism fest. And to me, that is not what heaven is, and it never has been, because in the Christian system, I grew into, no, I'm saying this is okay. Oh, so that's what.
Well, this is out of context, but it's actually on the back of what we were just saying earlier about the whole running around and all that. He's saying it's okay. So
see, I disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree with men running around and sleeping with multiple women that aren't his wife. I agree. I disagree with that fundamentally. It's because I hold marriage in such a high regard. So I agree with you. I'm not pointing against Christianity. I'm saying this against modern society, which is irreligious.
So it's like back and forth. Like, where do you stand, man? Like, I think
I would love to talk to this guy. I would love to talk to this guy because text can only portray what he means so much.
Right.
So yeah. Anyways, but I do agree with Islam's virulent anti-homosexuality. Good for them. Awesome. Wolfenhauz is a very sincere researcher. We need these kind of guys. I want to save the stream somewhere. Wow, very scholarly points. Thank you, brother. Thank you. It's so funny that he says that word sincere, because all of my Muslim friends and my Muslim viewers, they all say that thing. They say that word sincere. They say, "Oh, Wolfenhauz is a sincere guy," and
yes, indeed. Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, right. I am though. I am. But I will not due to prejudice, as much as I disagree with the way what that term means, but due to prejudice, I will not throw out the baby with the bathwater. I will take, just like St. Paul said, I will take what is good and I will discard what is evil. And so if there is good in Islam, I will take that and I will say that is good. And then I will discard what is evil.
Well, you just echo my own sentiments when it comes to Islam. In essence, the best Muslims are the ones that actually deviate from Islam. The best Muslims are actually the ones that lean toward Christian values.
That is a thing that I agree with you with. It seems like the best Muslims that I know are both traditional, but they are both Western at the same time. Because the very traditional, ones who aren't Western, I don't know, it gets a little weird. But I think if you're traditional, but you're also Western, educated and stuff, you have almost this best of both worlds where you become basically a proto-traditional Christian. That's what I think you become, basically. You become anti-abortion, you become anti-feminism, you become extramarital affairs.
Yeah, I mean, basically, all these things that modernists complain about. Fundamental Christian, the far right.
Yeah. So which granted, I don't think the far right makes up. I think predominantly the fundamentalist Christians don't. No, okay, I didn't mean to poo-poo your point.
No. I mean, I guess that was a bad choice for me to make. I was just saying that because they put fundamental Christians in that far right category,
which they're not. Which predominantly they're not. The furthest right. Let's be clear. The furthest right are pagans, which are National Socialist pagans. Let's be clear here. That's the furthest the right that the right gets. Christianity curtails right-leaning thoughts, and brings it back to a somewhat understandable position. It does. It does.
Yeah.
No, it does. Even though, you can have some outlandish ideas about things, but paganism and National Socialism, which I'm talking about, literally the Reich. I'm talking about, I don't want to say it on your stream, but the big guy, the Uncle H.
Oh, the mustache guy.
Yeah, the mustache guy. Yeah, the mustache guy. Paganism, mustache guy paganism is the furthest right that it gets. Which is basically philosophical atheism.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well,
so that's the furthest right that you get. Christianity doesn't occupy the furthest right-hand space because it can't. Right. It philosophically cannot occupy those spaces because the Imago Dei prevents that.
The Imago Dei. How do you spell that? I keep hearing that word, but I'm not understanding what it is.
IMAGODEI. Imago Dei, which means the image of God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Imago Dei. So, I always said Imago Dei. Imago just Dei, not Dei, Dei, which means the image of God. Every Christian believes fundamentally, predominantly, not everybody, I guess, but there will be outliers, but predominantly 90% of Christians believe in the image of God. And that believes that every human being is created in the image of God. And they have purpose, and they have necessity, and they have all these things.
Yeah.
Whereas, go ahead. No apology. No, sir.
Finish your thought. Please finish your thought. You're on a roll here.
No, so what I'm saying is that like every Christian believes in the Imago Dei, ultimately, which means that every human being has inherent value and inherent dignity, regardless of your race, ethnicity, nationality, culture, whatever. Whereas paganism doesn't believe that. Paganism is based on national borders, and most of the National Socialist / far-right pagans, Germanic pagans, believe in the same thing. They believe in Northern European supremacy. They believe they're the most moral people that have ever existed on the planet Earth. And so, right. Christians don't believe that. So they believe that they would be better off if the world was populated with Northern Europeans than anybody else.
Right. Sorry, I'm laughing, but it's so absurd. It's absurd that the man.
Well, yeah, especially you as a Greek person. Of course, it's absurd.
There you go. Thank you, yeah.
To me, it makes perfect sense. I love it. No, I'm kidding. Because I'm just kidding because of cause I'm German by blood. I'm
really?
of course kidding. Yeah, I am. I'm German, Welsh. Yeah.
Wolfenhauz. How did I miss that?
I'm German. I'm predominantly. I'm like 80% German, a super small amount of Welsh, and then Native American. So, yeah.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah, Potawatomi.
Wow. All right. Anyway, a quick tangent. I put together a comic book series that I'm still looking for an artist for, but it's a Native American theme, so I'm really big on that.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah. Yeah. No, I go to I go to our meetings over in Oklahoma. I don't know the language entirely, but I've started to kind of learn the language.
Really?
I have my card, the whole thing. Yeah.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's bizarre, man. Like one of the most crazy things, if you ever want to study like really interesting, really deep, like esoteric theology, you can look at the overlaps between monotheism and ancient Native American cultures, and how Catholicism particularly mapped onto Native American beliefs so effectively that so many people in the Americas converted wholeheartedly to Catholicism. Granted, there were wars and there was conquest or whatever, but predominantly Catholicism was very, very, very. That was more of like a Puritan, more of like a Protestant thing. But the Catholic understanding of God was so profound and so effective to so many native tribes that they wholeheartedly converted. And some tribes even had premonitions of the God who hung on the cross. They'll say that. They had writings of a premonition of the God who hung on the cross. And they convert, and when the Catholic missionaries came to them, they were like, "Oh, that's our God." They were like, "Done." Like, done. Then we convert. The primitive monotheism is such a fantastic and beautiful study. Ever. It's phenomenal.
And they did believe in the I don't want to put all the tribes.
Yeah, it's incredibly varied. Yeah, there was no like unified belief whatsoever.
But some of them did believe in this one spirit. So
100%.
Yeah.
100%, man. Have you ever? There's a great series by even though I disagree with a lot of what that guy says, but that guy he just debated Daniel Hakikiju, Inspiring Philosophy.
Okay.
Have you heard of him?
I might have watched the debate that you're talking about. A lot of people are putting up a debate with this.
Yeah. What is his name? I can't remember his freaking name. Sorry, I almost I almost cursed. I have a foul mouth, to be honest, guys. I can't remember his name.
I'm almost flattered that you're that relaxed. You could just let it go with me, but
Yeah, true.
My audience won't appreciate that too much, probably.
No, understandable. But no. It's this guy, Inspiring Philosophy. Here, I'll link it in the chat.
thing.
Yeah, but he has a good channel. He has a great here. Let me see if I can find it. The actual primitive monotheism. A fascinating study, and of course, it was studied primarily by by a Catholic priest. Of course, Ulrich something. Inspiring. Let me pull it up.
Okay, and
He dedicated like 15 years of his life.
So, and I'll add these links that you're sharing with me now in the description.
Yeah, the case for ancient monotheism. Here it is. Yeah. So, there it is. That's the link. It's a long video. It's almost an hour long, but it's really, really incredible, and it talks about how basically monotheism. A lot of secularists and modernists have argued that monotheism was a later development rather than an early development. And it seems to be, from all research, it seems to be the opposite. That monotheism is like the first belief.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't think I'm being biased here. I mean, I'm sorry, but in all reality, I feel like, I mean, there was one God at the beginning, and that's
Wow, dude. Wow, bias, dude. Wow, lock this guy up. Put him in a gulag.
Well, some people would say that, unfortunately.
I know they would.
But yeah, I mean, basically, there's one God, and so, Christianity is a fulfillment of Judaic prophecy.
Yep.
And everything else just branches off of that. It's just a deviation.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. That seems to be the most, if you look at the data, it seems to be the most obvious conclusion. It seems to be. Yeah.
So, all right, let me ask you something you mentioned earlier in the conversation. This might be good. This might get us into the can of worms. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
You want to talk about that stuff, huh? But this is more personal. If you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But you mentioned that you're waiting for God to reveal something. You remember saying that?
Yeah, early on in my prior conversion. Yeah, and that's a very modernist. That's a very modernist thing. Where is God? Like, if I believed in him, why would he not just show himself to me? Yeah, very modernist, very cringe thing to say. And yeah, I repent of all that. But yeah, no, I did. I dealt with it. Because I think everybody does. I think everybody does in their darkest moments. They sit there and they want just like they do when they go to McDonald's drive-thru, they want their burger and fries. Just like when they sit in front of a slot machine, they want their money. When they walk up to wherever, it's a modern thing. Whereas like you put in the thing, look, I'm doing the thing, I'm putting the thing in the slot, give me the thing.
Right. And
that's how I saw it. I was like, look, if I'm praying, if I pray to you, God, you got to give me the thing. You got to give me it back. Yeah, and then I realized, I'm like, wow, God is not like that. And that was I really, brother, I do not know how to, I'm getting like, I'm feeling the spiritual realms of this, the spiritual repercussions of this right now. That is not how God operates. That is a human convention. And when I realized how pathetic that human convention is and was, that threw all of these shackles off of my spiritual journey. Is that when I realized that God is not this guy in the sky who just answers prayers and whatever. When God is the font of all of reality, then I started to understand. But he does answer prayers, let's be clear. But when I was just tempting God with these modernist, materialistic, dumb requests, God is not a slot machine. God is not an ATM machine where you go, I put my card in, I get $40 out. But that's the modern mentality. If I do this thing, I get this output.
Yeah.
And it takes a while to beat that back. It does. It takes a while to beat that back. So,
I'm guilty of it myself, and I'm not sure exactly.
All of us are.
Yeah.
All of us are. So I don't mean to crap on anybody who does that.
Well, it's
Michael Jones.
All right, yeah.
Michael Jones. That's him. Yeah. That's the guy. Yeah, Mike Jones. That's why I don't remember his name, because Mike Jones is the rapper. That's why I never remember that guy's name.
Yeah, unfortunately, she put that up earlier. I missed it, but all right.
No, it's okay. But he does a great series on primitive monotheism. Yeah.
Okay. So this is I don't want to be picking on a researcher here, but all right. So let me go to this comment real quick. He's put up a few. I'll let him know that I'll link your website so I can get in touch with you and continue this conversation. He's put up a lot of comments, but he wants to know about the church. Is that a real church that behind you?
No. Oh well, this is it exists in real life. Yeah, this is a picture. I don't know where it is.
Oh, okay.
I thought for sure this was the church in which the Cardinals met in the Sistine Chapel at the Vatican. That's what I thought. Did God ever reveal to you, and how? So I've had very profound spiritual moments. I've never had a moment where I was like, oh, wow, God spoke to me directly. My mother has. My mother has legitimately heard the voice of God. That's what she says, at least. But I have had inclinations and a profound peace that I've never had outside of religious experience. I lived a life of secularism. I lived a life of even doing meditation, stretching, doing yoga, getting your diet right, doing keto, all these things, all these modernist attempts to kind of correct your life. I did those things for sure. But I have had religious experiences where I felt the hand of God being so profoundly upon me that I 100% doubt that it could have been anything else. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. It's not something you generally want to admit, because in the modern society, when you admit things like
you're
this,
schizophrenic, right?
Yeah, they want to lock you up.
True.
That's one of the things I like about European society, the evil European place.
The evil! Shut them down, get them out. Yeah.
So in some places in Europe, people still greet each other with "Glory be to God" on the street.
Wow! What a bunch of bigots! Lock those guys in the gulag. Right. Hang on, brother. I apologize. Let me use the restroom one more time.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah, I apologize.
No worries. So I guess I'll take this minute to share my quick story about when I heard the voice of God. That's something that I've only shared with one person in my life, because it's such a crazy thing. And I honestly don't know if it was the voice of God, the voice of an angel, or what, but it was definitely a divine voice. And this has to do with a lot of things. I had a non-denominational friend who played a major role in my life twice in my life, in the time when I really needed him. He appeared to me and helped me out. I've already talked about this story where it was one of the three people early in my life when I was coming back to God, when I was leaving that previous life of debauchery. And then later in life, when I was getting ready to go back to seminary, I was confused and wasn't sure if that was right for me. It was living at a place where he lived, but didn't know how to find him. He showed up at a McDonald's, which I avoided and he avoided. We both avoided like the plague, but that day we decided to both go, and boom, there we are. And we helped each other out. He needed a good friend, and I was there for him for his troubles, and he was there for mine. Anyway, so as a non-denominational type of Christian, he was very big on the power of prayer and this kind of this dynamic that we just talked about. That's probably not good. Like, I pray for something and I get it. His faith was so strong. He was like, he believed, like, you know what? If I prayed for a box of candy, then God's going to provide. So we were going somewhere one day, and he just kind of goes, "Well, you know what, Nick? I don't know what's going on, but I kind of see a vision. I see this thing that where it's kind of murky, it's kind of cloudy. I can't quite make out what it is. It's kind of like a festival, but no, it's not a festival. I don't quite get it. I don't get it. I don't know what it is. But listen to me, Nick. Listen to me." He grabs on him. He's like, "You know, you're going to see a woman there, and she's going to be wearing a purple coat. And just listen to what I'm saying. Just tell her, let's get married, and don't worry about it. There's plenty of priests right here." And it's like, I don't know what that means, Nick, but there's gonna be priests right there. Don't worry about it. And I don't know, it's like blurry, and she's wearing a purple coat, and you'll recognize her because of the purple coat, and it's like a marketplace. I don't know, I don't get it, but just trust me. Do it. Have the faith. Take the leap of faith, and if you do it, you'll be happy. If you don't, then it'll be over. You'll regret it. So yeah, I kind of brushed that off, but I don't forget it because it was like kind of profound, weird thing to say. And years later, I was back on this seminary track, so to speak, abroad at a monastery, at a place where St. Paul had preached on a hill in Greece. And I was there during a worship service, a Vesper service, a night service. Had my eyes closed. I was praying. And I hear a voice. "Nico!" Very loud, very distinct. Just like I've always heard other people say. And I was like, whoa. And I thought it was someone literally yelling at me. And I'll open my eyes, and I'm looking right into this girl's eyes. Now, this girl who avoids everyone, you'd have to be there to understand. She was arguably antisocial. But I'm looking right into her eyes real deeply, and it was kind of weird. And I'm looking around, looking to see who yelled my name, and nobody ever yelled my name. It was clearly divine. Anyway, sometime later, there's a lot of story, a lot of boring stuff, a lot of details you don't really need to hear. But there was, in that same church, the celebration of Pascha. It was actually it was the Paschal service. It was the resurrection service. And there she was with her family, and lo and behold, she was wearing a purple coat. She was with her, I believe, maybe her mother. And yeah, lo and behold, it was very festive, very cloudy, as he described. And yeah, I swallowed my tongue. I didn't take that leap of faith. I got scared. So I didn't say, "Hey, let's get married. There's plenty of priests here." And yeah, I mean, she kind of left. But that night she was wearing a purple jacket. And then she was a regular at that church. I was there for about 3 years, seeing her there regularly. Never saw her in that purple jacket before, and never saw her in that purple jacket again. Could be a crazy coincidence, right? This manifest destiny kind of thing. But the whole voice thing, this whole Nico, very clear thing, never had that before, never had it since. So that kind of speaks to how real it might be, that I'm not crazy if it's not a chronic thing. I was just sharing my little miracle. Like you said, your mother had heard the voice of God.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I might have had that experience, and relating
Wow.
it to a kind of a
God bless.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I got through saying how it didn't, despite all these things, it didn't take the leap of faith, and ended up maybe paying the price for it. But yeah, but I think that it's real. I don't think that we should brush these things off when God works that way in our life.
Yeah, no, it's a modernist thing where
Right.
it's just psychological. It's a modernist atheistic thing. We shouldn't dreams are mythical. Dreams are God and the universe, God in His entire majesty communicating to us, whatever it is. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't discount these things. We shouldn't be living more secular lives.
Right.
We should be living more religious lives. If we are to counter the horrors of modernity, we should be living more religious lives. We should be being more esoteric. We should be profound. We should be moving ourselves more into the profound mysteries. But on that, oh man, never mind. I had a really weird point to make about that, but
Okay.
He probably wouldn't want me to share. So
Yeah. Well.
basically, okay, I'll not mention a name. That will be probably fair enough. Is that I knew a man who was a monk and both a monk and a priest who had experienced the holy mysteries and who had experienced Eucharistic miracles. He saw Eucharistic miracles. He saw the Eucharist stream myrrh. You know myrrh because you're Greek.
The Eucharist streamer. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, the Eucharist stream myrrh. He saw icons stream myrrh, of course. But even he saw demonic apparitions be banished in Christ's name. But he still became a Muslim.
That's horrible.
Imagine that.
Yeah. So.
Okay, well let me ask you, what's your biggest axe to grind? What's your biggest axe to grind with Islam?
With Islam?
Yeah.
I already mentioned them with researcher. Basically, bottom line, it's a political ideology based on demonic roots. And Christ puts it well. We shall know them by their fruits.
Sure. Yeah. True.
Okay. So,
but do you have an issue with the fact that it's political, like specifically?
I have an issue that it's sinful and it's demonic.
Okay. That's okay. That's my point. Is just that like I don't have a problem with people considering it sinful, but I do have an issue with people buying into liberal framework where they're like, oh well, because it's a political regime, we should reject it. To me, that's heinous. I'm like, why should every Christian movement, in my opinion, should be political? Like I ultimately, if you care about your population, of course it should be political.
Right. Well, so I just use political because that's the argument that that's a safe argument to use, that it's a political ideology.
I think that's to be.
Right.
Yeah, I get you. Sorry, no, it's my fault. I'm interrupting you. Forgive me, brother.
No, that's fine. That's it. That's why I use that. It's just a safe argument to use because you don't want to target the Muslims and you don't want to you just target the political system. But the reality is, it's a pagan religion. I didn't want to call it a religion because it's so disgusting.
Why do you say that it's pagan?
Well, we know it by its fruits. Would you say that? We talked about polygamy before. Would you say that's of God?
It was in the Old Testament.
All right. So.
No. Forgive me if I'm ignorant on this. It's my fault.
All right. So since the Old Testament, since the beginning of time, when after the world was creating itself, after those times, we've since let's say moved on from that. I don't want to use the word evolve because that's like kind of a scientific.
Yeah, it buys into the progressive framework, right?
Right. But
there were though, if I'm not wrong, there were polygamous decreed marriages after the formation of the earth, right?
I don't want to. I'm not an expert in Old Testament, but that's what
okay.
I'm hearing. So I'm going to assume that you're correct. I honestly don't know.
Okay,
but
no, that's fine.
I also know.
So I'm not. I obviously disagree on polygamy.
Wait, let me.
No, forgive me. Go ahead.
Right. So, but I also do know that with some relationships that were polygamous, I know they were even in the Old Testament. They were chastised at some point.
Of course.
Okay. So.
Of course.
All right.
Yeah, no doubt. No, it was covenantal. It was a time and a place where it was like, this is necessary. This is not necessary. I totally agree with this. Because I do see that there would be times where polygamous marriage would be efficacious and it would be necessary. I don't think that it is ultimately evil in the sense that it is in totality. But I do think in the new covenant, in every civilization since the advent of Christ, do I think that it is harmful and that it is wrong? Yes. But do I see in ancient civilization where it could have been worked for a greater good? 100%. I do see that.
Well, if we're going to believe, I know there's a lot of controversy about whether or not Genesis was real, but if we're going to believe Genesis, we're going to take it literally, then you have to argue that there had to be incest at some point, and there had to be polygamy.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't. Me personally. And this is from my studies, and I'm willing to be corrected on this. Like I said, anybody who's in the chat, anybody who's more well-versed than me,
Unfortunately,
Always.
yeah, I think we lost some of our followers. You only have a couple people listening, so you have to worry about being corrected too much.
Well, that's fine. But let me be clear here. If I am wrong, then it is of me. I'm not speaking for the whole of the Catholic Church, obviously, and I'm not speaking for the whole of Christianity. But I do believe that there is a lot of Genesis that is written in allegorical language. And I think that is abundantly clear. And I think that the Church Fathers, all the way back to the 3rd century, 2nd century even, knew that. That it's not entirely allegorical, but it is somewhat allegorical. Even, I mean, we're talking about literally like 1st century St. John Chrysostom, who you know just as well as I do, he is one of the pillars of the church. He's a church father, right?
Right.
Even he regarded that there is aspects of Genesis that are allegorical, that are metaphorical and poetic, that they're not literal truths in the sense that we understand scientific truth today. And I agree with that. St. Augustine knew that. Now you can go into you can talk about Origen. Well, that's a different matter. Yeah. But I think that because Origen's obviously, he died, in my opinion, he died outside the fold of the church. And so he'd be considered a heretic. But I do think there are good church fathers that, from St. John Chrysostom to St. Gregory of Nazianzus to some Orthodox would literally not even call Augustine a saint, which I think is bizarre. But St. Augustine even, who regarded certain aspects of Genesis and as being metaphorical and poetic language. And I think that bears out when you look at the linguistic aspects of that book. You do see poetic language being used. You don't see just like verbatim, like historical language. Because we could tell the difference between like historical Hebrew and linguistic Hebrew, poetic Hebrew, and stuff like that. We know that now. So I'm not saying that maybe it is okay. Allow me to say this: Genesis is true. Genesis is totally true. But does that mean scientifically true in the epistemic sense? No. But Genesis is true. Adam and Eve are real. Okay. Now, to the degree in which we understand what that means, that's up for interpretation. Is everything in Genesis real and true? Yes, I affirm that. So I just want to make it clear for the audience and for you that I'm not a modernist. I hold 100% to Genesis.
Okay. No, unfortunately, if you're looking for a good theological discussion, a little back and forth, I might be not the best person for that, because even though I spent a good part of my life with a theological track, I went through it with kind of my nose stuck up in the air. Unfortunately, I kind of had this New Testament, the scribes, they're so
the Pharisees, the scribes, and the Pharisees.
Right.
And I get that. I get that. I think honestly, that's a very easy, and there's a lot of people that fall into that trap. Mm-hmm. So you're not alone, and you're not out of line by thinking that. I think. Okay. Well. Okay. Maybe out of line. Yeah. Go ahead.
But in the arrogance of it is what.
Yeah. Sure. No, for sure. Because when Christ condemned the Pharisees, let's be clear here to everybody in the audience and to you. When Christ condemned the Pharisees, he did not. My mic's on. He did not condemn them for their traditions. What he condemned them for is holding true the traditions without spirit and heart. That's the truth.
Preach it.
He didn't say that traditions are entirely wrong. Christ told them that because you hold to the traditions without the Spirit, that's what's wrong. Right?
No, I'm with you 1,000%.
Okay. I was making sure because there's a big movement, and I didn't want to assume anything, but there's a big movement within Protestantism, and that's the whole thing. Is that they think that it was a condemnation of all tradition. No. That is not what Christ said. That is not what Christ is proclaimed to have said. He proclaimed them for not having the Spirit through their rituals. He didn't say that your rituals are wrong entirely. You should never have rituals, ever. Right. He said that your rituals are without heart.
Right.
You have no spirit to the law. You practice the law without heart. Yeah. He didn't say the law entirely is wrong. He didn't say the law is meaningless. He said that you practice the law with basically a heartless ambivalence.
Yeah.
So I just want so many Christians to understand that.
Yeah, it's important to understand that.
It's very important because the traditions of the church are important. Hello. Yeah. These are not traditions of men. These are traditions of God.
Yeah, man.
God gave us traditions. Just in the old, it's just like in the old temple, the first temple. God had traditions in the first temple. He had a liturgy. Yeah. You know, so I get so fed up with like this modernist Protestant mentality where liturgy doesn't matter, sacrifice of the mass doesn't matter, you know, no rituals, no nothing. I'm like, no, that is not what Christ preached.
Yeah,
he didn't. So sorry for getting on my soapbox there, brother.
No,
but like,
I'm glad
but
you
it,
did.
dude, but brother, it is so important.
Yeah, I completely agree. I had to learn the hard way.
It's so important. Humans need ritual. We need it. And the thing is that we do it. We do it even without religious significance. We do it when we go to work. You know, we do it when we get off on Fridays. You know, we do it when we go to happy hour. We do it
when we get on YouTube to watch.
We do it when we get on YouTube. Yeah. Yes, we have rituals. We are ritualistic people, and because we're created in the imago Dei, we're created in the image of God to worship God, and so we will fill that with non-godly aspects. And so when I hear like that these Protestants and stuff who just like, you know, who just are so modern and they just believe that, oh well, it doesn't matter, you know. It doesn't matter. Oh, that whole ritual of the Mass, that liturgy, you know, that Eucharist, that partaking of the Eucharist, those prayers, what were we just talking about earlier? That that prayer of the hours. What did you say? What service did you say you were going to earlier?
Vespers. I love
Vespers. Sorry, God, forgive me. I couldn't remember the name. Yeah. That Vespers. Those are historic things that go back to the early church. The earliest founders of the church practiced Vespers and Matins and liturgy and Mass. Because Mass and liturgy are basically just Western and Eastern terms. Mm-hmm. They all did. Literally, you look at the church fathers and you read them, and they told you that if you go to a church that doesn't believe, Wolf got passion for real. Sorry, forgive me. I do, man. I get because it upsets me. Because these Christians who are modernists that don't take the religion seriously, they don't. And so, if you don't understand the sacrifice of the Mass, if you don't understand the Eucharist, and that Christ's body and blood are present in the Eucharist, then just like the church father, I can't remember which, I think it was St. Basil, who said that if you go to a church that doesn't believe in the real presence of Jesus in the Eucharist, then you are anathema.
See, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. You see, that's the first time I heard that, to be honest with them.
I think it was the second. I think it's we're talking about first century. Like we're talking about 200 something, 200 AD or whatever.
Yeah.
Or maybe even earlier. And he said, if you go to a church where you have a priest who doesn't consider the sacrifice of the Mass as being really, truly Christ's body and blood, then you are anathema from Rome. Because, of course, it always tied back to Rome at that point, of course.
Right.
You're anathema from the true teachings of the Apostolic Church.
Right.
And that was that was the biggest part that converted me away from Protestantism. When I read the early church, the early church fathers, I was like, wow, they have bishops, they have priests, they have deacons, they had archpriests, archbishops, And they had a pope. They did.
Well, you know what some of the early officials were persecuting the church for, the Christian church?
Sure.
It was for being pagans because they heard that,
Yeah.
they were eating someone.
You had Arianism. Yeah.
So
I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah, no, they were persecuted on the fact that that it was like a cannibalistic paganism. Yeah.
right. So, and this is a struggle because I know that there's some Protestant faiths that practice the Eucharist, but practice it metaphorically.
Gross.
Yeah. So
Gross.
I mean,
I mean that in the literal. I mean that in the literal sense. When it is a desecration of what is real.
but
And when I say gross, yeah,
that's a problem. I understand their plight because again,
I do too, because it's easy.
Right.
It's easy to, brother. You know this just as well as I do. You know it's easier to believe in a metaphorical Eucharist.
Right. It's safe.
Brother? How much easier is that to believe?
Right. It's safer. No one's going to judge you for it.
How much easier to believe that your prayers are not answered?
Wow.
How much easier is it to believe that it's just good vibes and that it's just right?
Positivity. Think positive.
Positivity. It's the power of positivity.
Right.
How much easier is it to believe that
Right.
than a loving, but also, as we all know, just as my boy Mr. Researcher here knows, how much easier is it to believe in those things than it is to believe in a rational, loving, but also vengeful God?
See, that's the problem, and that's what kills me when I see the comment that we put up earlier from research.
And so I am passionate. I am. Because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this stuff, man.
Yeah. But when Muslims, going back to this for a second, when
Sure, go
Muslims
ahead.
don't get it, like this is so beyond them, like they're like completely facetious about it. Like, what, you guys are idiots, what do you actually have a relationship with God, or what, are you crazy? So, I mean, it's doesn't.
Well, let's be clear. Let's be clear. We wouldn't have a relationship with God if it wasn't for Jesus.
Right. See, that's the thing. That's my point.
Because the veil would not have been torn.
Yeah.
The veil in the temple wouldn't have been torn, right, brother?
See, that's the problem. I mean, they're blinded, and it's hard. It's not doesn't upset me as much as it does upset me. Like, it breaks my heart.
Yes.
It's extremely sad.
That's the thing. That's how you should see it. That's how you should see it, because yes, we believe that Jesus tore the veil of the temple. That's what we believe. Especially when Christ died and was resurrected. That's the point, is that the veil between the heavens and the earth was torn asunder. It was the breaking of the divide between God and man, back like how it used to be. That's the whole point of theosis, is Adam walked with God. Eve walked with God. And then, due to their sin, they fell away to such a degree that all of mankind suffered the consequences. They suffered the divide between God and man. And then Christ came as the new Adam to reinvent and reinvigorate mankind into the sense in which they can experience God in the truest sense again. Not through a veil, not through veiled shadows, not through just blind worship. That they could truly experience the divine energies of God again. That's what Christ did. And so, of course, when you talk to a Muslim, that sounds blasphemous. That you can experience truly the energies of God. Of course that sounds blasphemous. Because they're living in the old covenant relationship with God before the advent of Christ. Because of the immorality of people.
Well, they even detached from that. Actually, I mean, they've got this whole other thing. I mean,
well, I know, but I'm being abstract. But yes,
right. Yeah, yeah. All right. So, I mean, there's a couple of different ways I want to go. Either path, I think, is going to take us to a different place. But so let's talk about the Eucharist. I mean, people that even Christians that don't believe in this. I mean, in the liturgy, I mean, I don't know about Catholicism. The Catholicism is there two liturgies? The liturgy of the convert and the liturgy of
Yeah,
the belief. Okay.
yeah. The liturgy. Yeah, the liturgy of the oh my, the name escapes me.
I just killed it for both of us by using the word convert. But
Yeah, convert. Catechumen.
catechumen, thank you. Yeah.
Catechumen. Yeah, there is, but that's depending on the season.
Okay.
They'll only do the liturgy of the catechumen when it's near towards Easter Vigil.
I see. So when they're actually going to convert.
Yes,
Right?
yes,
Like-
yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
But it's the same thing where, just like now granted, of course, just like in Eastern Orthodoxy, some priests don't truly practice the rites. So, because you're supposed to tell the catechumens, I love the Eastern Orthodox, the prayers, catechumens depart, depart. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
whole point. See,
Yeah.
That's the whole point. So, I think this is
Because they're not supposed to see the mysteries.
right.
They're not supposed to see the Eucharistic mysteries. They're supposed to be outside. It's too holy for their eyes to behold. Yeah. Catechumens depart. I'll never forget the cadence that my priest said it. Catechumens depart. Catechumens depart. Yeah. Yeah. Let all those who know and fear God approach the chalice. That's the whole thing, right?
Yeah. So that's I think is important, and I think again, if anybody knows better, please correct me in the comments or whatever.
Is that man got that's a Pokemon avatar? I don't know what Pokemon that is, but that's a Pokemon avatar. All things have been entrusted to me by my Father. No one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son desires to reveal him. Matthew 11:27, the CSB. Nice, man. It's a good quote. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's very clear from Scripture that Christ is not just a prophet. It's very clear. Yeah. Yeah, it's so abundantly clear that you have to focus on minutia of details to get around it. Yeah, you really have to approach C.S. Lewis's liar, lunatic, Lord argument. You really do.
I'm sorry, Josh is tripping me out here.
Thank Jesus, man. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, what's that guy? I can't remember that Pokemon's name. Is it Lucario?
I have no idea.
No, I know. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, that's Lucario. Yeah, it's Lucario because I played him in Smash. Yeah, Smash Bros. Yeah, that's Lucario of Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, here's the problem. That it's important to, I want to say, cut people off from things, from the certain mysteries like the Eucharist, that are not ready to accept that kind of reality. And for me, it happened accidentally. I didn't know anything about this stuff. I actually started experiencing this stuff, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm crazy. Because again, I'm a California spiritual guy. I wasn't born. I'm great Orthodox. I wasn't raised in the church or anything like that. I know nothing about these things.
No, I'm saying, yeah. No, I get that. I empathize with that so heavily. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I started freaking out a bit. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And so I started taking this to spiritual fathers during confession. I was like, okay, you know what? This is what I experienced. And they quickly cut me off. Oh, yeah. I mean, what did you expect? And every time I brought it up, that was immediately the same nonchalant response I got. Like, yeah, well, what do you expect? So I'm like, okay, well, maybe there's something to this. Maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe this is really the body and blood of Christ.
Bingo.
Yeah. So, but I haven't had that experience since. There's the kicker. Once I had that realization, I'm like all of a sudden out of the inner circle.
Well, to each understanding, there is indifferent temptation, right? So, whenever we progress through another realm, like another spiritual realm, spiritual understanding, we break through a spiritual plane, the temptation becomes different. That's really what it seems like to me. Is the further you ascend upon the divine ladder, there's a different temptation. And so, if your initial temptation is to not go to church, and then you start going to church, it's like, okay, well, the demons will attack you another way. They're not going to go, okay, he's in church now. That was our final frontier. Then whatever. They'll go, okay, well, now he's in church. Okay, so now what do we do? So now, and then, okay, he's taking the Eucharist. Okay, now what do we do? You know what I mean? Like it never really ends. And so there will always be a different demonic manifestation in temptation. I'm a huge proponent of spiritual warfare because as a secular guy, as a guy who's very rational and logical, I have felt it so severely through my Christian experience. To me, it is undeniable. It's undeniable that there are spiritual realities that we're not contending with, or that we contend with that we're not acknowledging. That's what I should say.
Unfortunately, I think we lost our Muslim follower there, but yeah, I think there's something.
It's fine. I mean,
yeah, I just hope he watches the stream. I mean, you never know how some things can affect people, but the fact that he's like so lost or so detached from the spiritual experience kind of kills.
Well, the thing is you can't say that he's so lost because I mean, like, there's plenty of people who are raised in the shelter of their parents, you know, and they're not lost. They're just not. They're just. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess lost is the same. It's the same. I'm splitting hairs.
Yeah,
I'm splitting hairs there.
No offense, but that comes correct directly from Christ. So.
No, I know. No, exactly. No, exactly. I'm splitting hairs there. Yeah, that's me. It's my empathy for those because I was misled.
Yeah.
You know, I was led astray, and so, but I was lost, and so yeah, now I'm found. You know, so it was me being it was me being defensive about myself for that. You know, but in their wake. So you know, you're totally right. Like that's just me being self-defensive.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm very open about my own spiritual battles, about my own shortcomings, and I think that's how I combat it. But it's also part of Christianity, you know.
True.
Steel tempers steel, right? Like we're one body, we need each other, and so that's why it's also my way of reaching out. Like, you know what? I mean, this is what I'm going through. You know, give me some feedback here, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's talk about. You want to talk about the can of worms, the ills of the Christianity?
Sure.
What bothers you? I mean, you mentioned some things earlier. I mean, it's like you said, it's kind of feminine.
Yeah.
Christianity is feminine compared to Islam, which is masculine.
Yeah. That's my biggest.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I would disagree with that. Maybe it's my ego saying that, but
well, maybe you have more experience than me. You know, I'm not gonna discredit that, brother. Like maybe you have more real world experience than me.
I think the traditional church, especially in certain parts of Europe, holds true to that.
I agree.
Alpha male thing. So that's the
100%. Well, okay. Well, yeah, because alpha male thing, that's a new age. That's a thing, right? Is that like there is no such thing as alpha male. That's a new.
Right.
That's a modernism.
Exactly, I agree.
Right. So if Islam contends more with alpha male, that doesn't make it any more true or false. It would be the same. It would literally be the same thing as saying, well, Islam is more or Christianity is more in line with liberalism. That doesn't make Christianity true or false, right? Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Am I being stupid? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So
I'm saying that it doesn't. A religion's truth value isn't determined by how much it is in line with some modern belief system. That's what I'm saying.
Better way to put it, yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, I mean, outside of that, I mean, is that it? Is that the thing?
Yeah, that's the topic that you want to go into, yes?
Well, I want to go into a more political topic.
Then go there.
But I think
I'm here for you, brother. Go there.
All right. So, I mean, I don't know how to get us there because we've kind of already covered all these things and kind of.
It's been I feel like it's been a really good conversation so far.
Yeah, well, maybe we should just leave it at that and just kind of just table this maybe for future discussion.
Sure. Brother, it is your. I'm on your platform. I am on your stream. It is what you want to do. I'm here for however much longer you want me to be here.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I'm not a family man, unfortunately. Or maybe glory be to God. I don't know if we need any more little nicks running around in the world.
Are you, this is an insult. You're unmarried, you have no children?
No children, no. Not that I know of.
And you're unmarried.
Right, yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, that's fine. I had no idea. I literally have no idea. So like, I'm just asking. I believe. Listen, I believe totally in vocations. So I do believe that there are men who should be married. I believe that there are some men who shouldn't be married. So I'm not like a marriage supremacist. That'd be really stupid because the scriptures do not pretend that. Do not portend that at all. They do not portend that at all.
Yeah.
St. Paul especially does not portend that whatsoever.
He's very vocal about it. Very
Yeah.
about it.
So no. So just to be clear, there's a lot of people who are weird in the traditional Christian circles that are like, if you're not married and have children, you're a loser. And I do not think that. I absolutely do not think that.
Yeah,
So
that's okay. That's now understand. All right, yeah, because actually I have another Protestant friend who brought that to my attention. I mean, I guess I heard it, but it never really dawned on me just how how much of a black sheep kind of thing that is.
sure, it is. For some, it is. But I think that the church is very accommodating for vocations. So, yeah.
I mean, so this is the thing with me personally, is that maybe early in life, if I pursued this early in life, I would have been it would have been perfect for me, because I've realized recently, spending time on Mount Athos. Let me brag about my Mount Athos
Oh
experience.
man, what a dang man! No wonder you look so regal, brother. No wonder
Stop
you
it.
you touch the divine
Okay.
cloth.
Okay,
No wonder.
okay, I deserve that. Fine.
Yeah, no wonder.
I know you're razzing me now, and I appreciate
No,
it.
I'm not. I'm being so, brother. I am never a facetious jerk.
Well,
I genuinely think that. I
I know
believe in the power of holy objects. I do. I believe in that.
I
So.
appreciate it. I mean, I know you mean that, but I think you're like kind of puffing me up on purpose to kind of like, okay, Mr.
No, not on, well, okay, on purpose in the sense that I mean to praise you, but in a good way, in a good and righteous way.
Okay, well, in the case, I appreciate it, but yeah, be careful praising people, because that's not good for us either.
We should praise our brothers. We should praise our brothers and sisters. Maybe not in the false way, but we should. It's good. It's good to see holiness. It's good to praise holiness for sure. It is.
Please stop. I mean, I have ego issues, so please stop. All right.
Okay. We can wrestle. If you ever participate in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu,
Oh, judo's my
that's
favorite.
brother. That's a cure. That's a cure for ego issues, in my opinion.
That was actually seriously. That's why I love judo so much.
Brother,
Judo,
that's right, dude.
They just flick
Yep.
around like nothing. I was
Yep.
like,
There's never been a more
right.
there has never been a more humbling moment than I have been than rolling on the mat.
Yeah,
Than rolling on the mat for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I have never been more humbled.
yeah.
I have thought that I was an amazing and a powerful, because I'm a big guy. I'm 6'1". I'm 265 right now. I'm a big guy, and so like I've always walked around, I'm this powerful alpha male. I've always felt that way. But dude, I have had men that are 5'6" and 130 pounds just wrap me up and destroy me on a mat. Destroy. I mean, I don't say that lightly. For all the viewers, destroy me. Like, make me look like a fool. And so, yeah, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is like the ultimate check. I mean, of course, besides what I believe to be the hierarchy of the church, but it is the most. The hierarchy of the church is the spiritual check on pride, and the physical check on pride is contact sports.
I'm with you all the way.
Yeah.
So oops, I forgot. Anyway,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm a derailer. I
No,
apologize.
that's quite. I'm the same way. That's a problem. Like, I think there's a reason I brought up martial arts. I can't remember. Anyway, or what I was talking about before that. Anywho, I don't know. All right, so you mentioned you're doing your own work. You're streaming.
No. I work in tech, so I have just a 9 to 5 job.
Okay, so
So-
you don't do any online content.
Yeah, no, I do. I have a channel. Like, you can search my name, Wolfenhauz, and you'll find my channel. It's small. It's like 600 and some odd subscribers.
All right, so did you even go to my channel?
No.
Okay, yeah, I can tell, because you're saying 600 subscribers small. You're probably going to kill me if you look at my channel.
Why would I kill?
It's a
Why
fraction.
would I
of
kill? Okay, well it explodes quickly. Like it's the difference between like 50 to 400 is like 30 minutes. So once you get over 1,000, then it starts like the difference starts showing itself. But when you're under 1,000, in my opinion, there's no difference, because I went from 45, or I went from like 10 to like 400 in like an hour. Because of one video, because of me talking to Daniel Hakikiju. That's it.
Oh, really? That I got to see. That's epic. I'm already.
It's on my channel.
All right, cool.
It's on my channel. So now, granted, a lot of people, a lot of Christians are so mad at me because granted, I walked into those situations, and I had one with Hamza from Hamza's Den. I had other ones where I walked in and I said it. I said, I'm here to only ask questions. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to ask questions. And dude, I had Christians all up and down my comment sections. They were like, "Oh my God, you let those guys walk all over you. How dare you?" I was like, brother, I said that I'm here to ask questions. I said verbatim that I'm not here to debate. I just want to know their opinions. Said it very clearly, very clearly. And so they're like, "Why didn't you defend the faith?" Blah, 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 blah. I was like, because I said it. I said what my intentions were. And I'm not going to be a snake where I say my intentions and then I revamp them midway through the conversation. If you're going to make fun of whatever, yeah, I can have a chuckle. I can have a laugh. I can act like you're a human being, and I can chill with you like we're having a pint over at the pub, whatever, Yeah, so on my channel I have videos of Daniel Hakikiju, Hamza from Hamza's Den, EA Dawa, a lot of Dawa guys. So
wow.
So yeah. So it's whatever, man. I'm not worried about channel size or whatever that kind of crap matters about. I don't care about any of that. We're all here to encounter. You have real interaction and stuff like that. That's what really matters.
Exactly. I don't want to be this small where I'm at now. I mean, more closer to where you're at would be great. Just so I can feel like my work is reaching an audience, which it kind of is now. I mean, I have like I said, only a portion. But,
well, if you're willing, I'll record this video and I'll post it on my channel, and I'll say, hey,
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. I should have. That option came up on StreamYard. This is the first time I used it, and it turns out that I could have gave you a link to multicast. And
okay.
Had I known, that would have been easier. But say Levine.
Yeah, I thought about it, but I was like, it's whatever. Mm-hmm. I don't want to I don't care. Like I said, dude, my channel's like gaming. Like I play a bunch of games on my channel too. It's whatever. Yeah, I'm not. It's whatever. It does literally, brother. It does not matter to me. It's my channel is a hobby horse. I work. I got 3 children and a wife. Like
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm 32 years old. So I'm I work 40 hours a week. I'm a busy guy. So.
Yeah, and I think that takes us back to what we're talking about. We're talking about the plague of the church and what bothers me about it and all that, But somehow we're talking about my own issues first, and then I was going to get to the problems of the church. But yeah, on that note, let me just say this. Let me get this off my chest. I recently had a church leader, let's just say, someone from one of the head offices, kind of just blow me off. As soon as they got on my channel and saw what my content was, they're like, "Oh, you're political, so I can't do an interview anymore."
Sure.
Like, what? So wait a minute.
Were you discerning a jurisdiction, or were you already part of a jurisdiction? How's that work? Because you're Orthodox, obviously, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you were trying to move jurisdictions, or?
No. I was just going to do an interview in general. I mean, I'm doing interviews with everyone. It's not really it's not a jurisdictional thing.
Yeah. So what prompted them to investigate? Why were they doing an investigation on you?
Because it was the first time I used. because I wanted to make sure, because they're such a a popular official and all that, I wanted to make sure it was all professional. So I included them as a I forget what it's called, but a certain category where I included.
I see. I see. So you included them, and you had to ask their permission or whatever, and then they were clued in to, oh, this guy's using. That's okay. That makes more sense. That's why I was so confused. I was like, what? Like, why are they? Why? Why do they care about your little hobby? Right. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
So I got a little overzealous, and when she
you didn't. Right. Let's be clear here. They did.
Fair enough. I mean, and I got snarky with those the last comment. That last comment I said to her was
what jurisdiction do you ultimately belong to?
I mean, and
are you Greek, Antiochian?
Greek Orthodox, yeah.
You're Greek. Yeah. Okay, well, now I know you're Greek by blood, but you belong to the Greek Orthodox patriarchate.
Officially.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
In all reality, I'm just like twisted. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago or so, I was defending, the Immaculate Conception. So, like, I'm all over the map.
Oh, careful, brother, careful.
Exactly. So, for her, they'll be like, what? Nothing.
Careful, brother, careful. Right. Yeah. So that's okay. So, yeah, okay. No, go ahead. I don't want to derail you because I have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, just basically kind of kills me, like this whole attitude. I mean, I think I'm not sure why she said that, but I'm assuming it has something to do with the COUPE1-9 LuckDown stuff that I put up. I could be wrong, or my stance on Islam, which you just heard, is very, very negative. So, and there's a
you don't got to air quote negative. You are negative, like towards Islam.
I'm keeping.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I don't know, man. Like,
let me first say I'm sorry. Let me be first to say I'm sorry that you're going through difficulty, brother.
Well,
but that's, brother. Like that's good for us to say that to each other. I'm sorry that you are.
Well, I mean, it's just sad. So here's the problem, okay? And
we had a whole scandal. If I may I tell a story real quick?
Go for it.
So same thing. When I was at my Greek parish, there was an Arab guy who was actually I was very good friends with, but he he kind of found out my political beliefs, maybe you could say.
Okay.
And he presented it to my priest. And he said that, like, this guy, this is what he called me. He said, this guy's a Nazi. This guy's a neo-Nazi.
Oh, boy, okay.
Which is not true. Like, I disavow, to be clear. Let me make it clear here, because I know it's YouTube. And, I disavow Nazism. I disavow materialistic racial theory. I do, 100%. Yeah. I'm not a materialist racialist at all. So, I do not believe.
So you're not a typical German. Sorry, had to say it. No,
yeah, that's fine. So let me be clear. I'm not a materialist racialist. I do not believe that race determines destiny. I do believe that DNA and race does play an interplay. I don't think it has nothing. I don't think it has nothing to do with anything.
Naturally. Right?
Yeah. Right. I don't think it has nothing to do with your life and your choices and stuff like that. Which, to be fair, that's enough to call you a Nazi nowadays. But,
everybody's a Nazi nowadays.
Sure, everybody's a Nazi now, right? So who is a Nazi? So, but am I a National Socialist who's like an uncle? What do you call it? A mustache worshiping? Yeah. No, I'm not. You should see my wife. Like. My wife is a dark complected Asian woman, so I'm not saving the white race or whatever, at all. I have 3 biracial daughters, So just to be clear here, because I have to say all of that because YouTube is so. I have to say all that to protect you and to protect me.
I don't. I'm beyond that right at this point. I'm like.
No, I know, but I want to be clear here. Yeah. I want to be clear here. So I lost my train of thought a little bit. So what were we were talking about? What were we talking about before that?
Why I was being called political and
Okay, yes. Okay, so that's it. So I had an Arab guy who did. He insulted me to such a degree in front of my priest, and my priest actually called me in to a meeting with him, and we had to duke it out like debate-wise in front of my priest. And he called me all kinds of names, and my priest was like, and I told him, I said, you're a bully. I said, you're an ideological bully, and you're mad that I don't agree with you, and you bully everybody in the parish, and I'm the only guy who stood up to you, and now you're mad about it. And he started yelling. He's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And my priest got in his way, and he was like, he's like, brother, he's like, I'm not gonna use his name, so I'm just gonna say brother. He's like, brother. He's like, and he's like, do you think I'm a bully, father? Do you think I'm a bully? He's like, you're bullying me right now, brother. You're bullying me right now. Please stop it. And so it caused a huge scandal. So basically what I'm telling you is that I know all about that. That's what I'm saying, is that I know all about like parish scandal.
Right.
Well, even when I became Catholic, there were people who tried to report me like to my Catholic parish.
Really?
Yeah, saying I'm a white, because genuinely it's always about, because especially because look at these. You see these blue eyes and this white skin and this blonde hair. They say, and I've got the whole cut, and so they see me.
Haircut, yeah. But that's a very European thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah, right. It's not something. It doesn't mean anything. And so they did. So they said that white, blue-eyed, blonde-haired man, red beard man that is walking into your parish, father, is a neo-Nazi. And so when I went into my first confession, he asked me point blank. I didn't expect this, but he did. He said, brother, me. He's like, do you hold to the beliefs of National Socialist Germany? I said, no.
Okay.
No, I said I do hold to what would be contrary to most like modern liberal beliefs about reality. Yeah, I do. And even I do have my beliefs about race. I do. But I do not believe that Mexicans and blacks are inferior to me. Or in Asians or whoever the hell. Right. I don't believe that. Do I believe that race and ethnicity plays a role in your personality and your reality? Yeah, I do. But do I think that it determines your salvation or your worthiness as a human being? No. Even if they're Aboriginal, even if we're talking about 60 IQ Aborigines, And so I had to have a serious conversation with my priest about this. Because he was adamant. He was very forgiving and very loving. But my Catholic priest had to have a serious conversation with me about it.
Yeah. I could.
He even asked me about the unmentionables.
The unmentionables?
I mean the.
Oh, the unmentionables. Sorry. All right. Well, I have a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
He even asked me about them. So,
yeah.
Surprisingly, though, we had a great conversation. He was like, "I agree with everything you're saying." I was like, "Dope."
There you go. So let's expand on that so people will get the wrong idea.
Okay.
I wouldn't want people running around and say, "Oh, look, the Catholics are Nazis." There you go. No.
They are. They're so and they're the good guys. No, I'm kidding. But
so, all right. So this is what we're talking about. Well,
that used to happen. They used to say that. They used to say that because of one of the popes.
They still do. What are you talking about? They still do.
They still do.
Yeah. So
I hear a lot of Orthodox who even said that.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, that's. I mean, again, that's church politics. That.
Yeah. Not you. Not the majority of my Orthodox friends that I still hold. I'm talking about online dumb polemicism.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just the reality of any organization, any group of people, and so on and so forth.
Exactly. I'm not railing against the Orthodox in any way. I love them. They're my brothers in Christ. They're the predominant closest to me via anybody. I hold them, like I said, their sacraments are valid, their priesthood is valid, their monks are valid, their hesychasm is valid. I believe in all their Eucharistic miracles are valid, their miracles, the icons are valid. Like, they are the most valid church to us in any regard.
All right, be careful because I don't want you to get kicked out of Catholicism now. So
The Pope would agree with me. So, like, in my opinion. So, yeah. No, we love the Church of the East, and I pray, and I hope, regardless of what it looks like, I pray and I hope for unity between the East and the West.
yeah,
100%.
I mean, we're one body of Christ. I think I like Thaddeus's perspective on this, and if I understand Thaddeus's perspective, I shouldn't be talking for him. But from what I understand, he believes the same thing I do. Then maybe all right. So let me just say my perspective. Let me just say
Go ahead. Yeah.
and that we're all kind of different, even though we're one body. That we all have a different kind of mission, and so we don't necessarily have to be the same church. We can be a different church, but still be unified and still uh, be the body of Christ. Is that? Would you
Yeah.
agree with that or disagree with that? Is that a fair statement? What do you think?
Um, I do ultimately think that those who are non-apostolic, who do not have priests and who do not have the Eucharist, are outside of the church ultimately. But I do believe that there are sincere believers who are pure, who are good of heart, and who will not be judged for that on the final day of judgment. So, like people like Thaddeus and others, although I do believe that they should ultimately become Catholic or Orthodox, I don't think that they're damned or anything like that whatsoever. I think that I agree with the unitive aspect 100%, but I think that the only way that you can be unitive is to join the apostolic churches. I do genuinely think that. And I think that even though Catholicism and Orthodoxy can lead you into heresy, I do think that you are 99.9% less likely to fall into heresy if you're part of the apostolic churches versus not.
Because of the structure. I mean, there's a guidance there that you're talking about that needs
100%. Because it was prevalent in the early church.
Right.
There were bishops, there were priests, there was the Eucharist. That's basically my entire argument. There were priests, bishops, and Eucharist in the early church. If you are not part of a church that has priests, bishops, and the Eucharist, then you should join a church that has that. Like, that's my point. Yeah, because it's not even a discussion. It's not even a discussion.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it boils down to the Orthodox and the Catholic churches. The Anglicans, obviously, even though they have those things, their apostolic succession is very clearly denied. And it's very clear that the way that they started was based on Protestant origins. So, yeah, like, even though I respect them and I hope that they rejoin the orders, the valid orders, yeah, so... If I may, if you can elaborate on that for maybe the viewers, but I got to use the restroom again.
Yeah, sure. All right. So my perspective, let me elaborate on that. On my perspective, it's a little different than what Wolfenhauz just said. And that's that, well, I'm going to take it a step further. It's not so much whether or not you're condemned or not. I believe that judgment comes from heaven. Right? Only God knows who's written in the book of life. So, but I think that Protestants, let's put them all under one umbrella for the sake of discussion. Protestants have their strengths that Orthodox. I'm not going to speak for Catholics because I don't really know Catholics that well. I've been to Catholic parishes. I have Catholic family members, but I'm not that familiar with them, so I don't want to speak on it. But so Orthodox have their strengths, Protestants have their strengths. what I admire about some Protestants, generally speaking here, is their desire to commune with God directly. Right? So they really believe in the power of prayer, and it's a very personal relationship for them. And I admire that. And because of that, they have this spiritual boldness um, when it comes to evangelizing. Where the Orthodox, it's more of a, it's from a different perspective. It's more of a way of life, a regular way of life, a daily, weekly, monthly, annual way of life. And so, because of that, the need for evangelism is not in the forefront of their minds. I'm not saying that they don't do it, but it's not always on their mind. You know, I need to convert these people to my belief system because, generally speaking, people are already in their belief system. So, but their strength is that they have they have the mysteries, and that kind of leads to a more regular, deeper appreciation for the spiritual realm. That it's more prevalent in their lives and the way they think and the way they approach life. So, because of that, they're able to more greatly appreciate anything that is an extension of God. Like the woman who just needed to touch the cloth, the garment of the Messiah to be made whole. You know, just by that, you know, she was made whole. God, right? So that's the strength of orthodoxy. The strength of Protestantism is their direct relationship, their individual, personal relationship with God. I was just going on about my perspective between what's the strength and what's the weakness between orthodoxy and Protestantism. I looked at Catholicism. I don't want to speak about Catholicism.
Oh yeah.
Even though I've been to the services and I have Catholic members, I'm not completely well versed on that. So I don't
Sure. There would be very little disagreements and very little dispute. But yeah, the difference. I mean, the main fundamental difference is union with God. It's theosis between Protestantism and Orthodoxy. I'm sure you covered that.
Well, I've got a little different perspective from you. I was saying that Protestantism has this strength that is lacking in
oh, of course. No. I didn't mean to say anything besides that. But yes. But I thought you meant like the main difference. Yeah. That really the what I mean to say is the thing that Protestantism lacks is true union with God, true participation in God's grace.
What do you mean by that? Like, because I just got through saying how they have a more direct relationship with God than we do, in a sense.
You think Protestants have a more direct relationship?
Let me finish.
Okay, go. Sorry, forgive me.
In the sense that they're completely reliant on their individual, spontaneous, personal prayer with God. So that line of communication with them is, is their essential part of life. Their essential. That's what their faith is centered on: the Bible and their communication with God. Where, at least for I don't want to speak for Catholics, but with the Orthodox.
No, of course, brother. Of course, I get it.
Yeah, with the Orthodox, we don't necessarily need that because we have all these mysteries. We have the icons and the relics and the Eucharist.
Yeah.
And so we have all these extensions, which to me in my mind is kind of like the parable of the woman who all she needed to do was to touch the cloth of the Messiah to be made whole.
Bingo.
So, but Protestants might, actually look down on that kind of mindset. Like, well, you know what? You're putting too much emphasis on these other things and not on God. To some degree, they have a point, but to some degree, they're kind of missing that degree of faith as well.
Sure. So, from my perspective, they're missing a whole human. Okay, so this comes back to anthropology. Anthropology meaning like man and our creation, right? So we were not
Sorry,
go ahead.
Interject. Just for those who might have missed it earlier, I want people that might still be listening here. to understand that you're actually speaking from a Protestant perspective, a former Protestant perspective. You went through that
I am
for a minute. Yeah.
100%. I was a Protestant for literally the second most amount of my Christian tenure, you call it that. I was a Protestant. I was Orthodox, and before that I was Protestant. For the most of my career as a Christian, yes.
Okay.
So, it comes down to anthropology, which means like the origins of man. Now, what were we created as? We were created as brains with bodies and spirits, correct?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
according to right.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, right? Are like, is my body and my like the skin and the organs? Is that not what God intended?
Right.
No, it is, right? Correct.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So touch, all of our senses: sight, smell, taste, touch. Those are all created by God. Yes.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm all about psychology and science and all that, and so my perspective is actually completely secular. Like to me, that
I know, but so that's what I'm saying. I'm approaching this from a secular standpoint at first. Is that correct though? Are we we are thinking and feeling beings? Yes.
Yeah, and the way you put it is quite profound, right? Keep going. I like this.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the deal: is that is what I think that Protestantism lacks. Is that human beings phenomenologically need, just like we eat food, just like we smell smells, just like we touch things, just like we hug our family members. We are not brains on sticks where we just like experience a thing and then that's it. Whereas to me, when you talk about what you just said, and this is, you're echoing Protestant sentiments. I don't mean you for sure, for you entirely. What Protestant sentiments entail is that we are not, when they say, oh, why don't you have a direct line to God? The thing is that a direct line to God to them means that we bypass every human aspect that we were created with, which means our smell, our touch, our sight, our love, our community, all of that. When they go, why can't you just pray to God by yourself in a closet? Now, granted, you can do that. Obviously, clearly you can do that. But what I'm saying is that God designed us for more than that. Yeah. God designed us and our worship of God more than that. God wanted us to participate in a touching, feeling, sensing, smell, visual liturgy because we are those things. We are touching, sensing, feeling, smelling things. We are not a brain on a stick.
Wow.
We are not just a brain who goes, oh, I pray to God. That's all that matters.
Wow.
Because when I go home, I smell my daughter's hair. I see her running around. I chase after her and I catch her and I hug her and she kisses my cheek. And that is what makes us feel human. Not the idea of my daughter. When I think about my daughter mentally and I go, oh, wow, my beautiful daughter, that is not what is the ultimate experience of her. Just like our ultimate experience of God is not just our mental image of God. What our ultimate experience of God is a total participation in his essence, which is all encompassing, which it is our sight, touch, smell, humanity. We bow, we prostrate. We take the Holy Eucharist. We taste it on our tongues. We smell the incense. We see the heavenly bodies in the church. We see the saints. That is what when they say, "Oh, whoa, we get direct access to God." No. That is buying into an incorrect frame, because everybody knows when they take it outside of that religious framework, they know that when you encounter your real daughter, it's not like that. Or when you encounter your real mother, it's not your idea of her that you go, "Oh, that's the real thing. I don't need to see her. I don't need to touch her. I don't need to be with her for dinner or whatever. I can just think about her. And if I just think about her, then that's enough." No, because you are a thinking, feeling, smelling, touching being. And God designed you like that on purpose.
Okay.
This is not a fallen state. Yeah, we have the sinful nature of our fallen state, but God designed us, like Adam and Eve, to be bipedal, skin having, organ having, smell having, eating beings. And so to experience God, we experience, excuse me, I'm getting in rant mode, so forgive me.
That's fine.
But
You're on fire.
but when to experience God, we have to have all those things, because it is all of our senses. God is everywhere. God is in our smell. He's in our vision. He's in our lungs. He's in our everything. He subsumes all of our creation. And so when Protestants say that, when they say, "Oh, well, we have direct line to God. We don't need a priest." No, you don't. You don't have direct line to God, because the fact of the matter is that direct line means direct experience. And you're saying that our mental experience is the quickest way to God, but the quickest way isn't the best way. We already see that in a modern society. Somebody who trains on a computer isn't the same as somebody who learned on a mechanical operation. So to worship God means to worship him as he created you. And you are a human being. And a human being is a body and a mind and a mouth and eyes and a nose. That's what a human being is. And so and that's what comes into confession. Confession changes us metaphysically. It's important for us, because you can thought experiment it out. You can say, "Oh, well, I don't need a priest to confess to God." No, you don't. When you think about it in that mental side, but when you experience it, really, truly, it changes your perspective.
Yep.
So that's whenever any Protestant says that to you, you have to flip it on its head. You have to go, "You are missing the point. You have made a category error." So I'm so the reason why I'm getting so worked up, because I'm so passionate about that, because I deal with those arguments all the time.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. Yeah.
Yeah, is that, and it's out of love. It's out of immense love,
Yeah,
Nicodemus.
I get it.
It's out of immense love. It's that I'm like, Protestants should experience that love. They should experience that in the Eucharist. They should experience that in their communities. It is a trick, in my opinion. It is a trick of the devil to isolate yourselves and to say, "Oh, I can just read the scriptures by myself." There was a fantastic Orthodox proverb that I grew up with that my godfather beat, not beat literally, but beat into me repetitiously. And it is that we are saved together and we are damned alone. We are saved together and we are damned alone.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's
It's kind of the whole thing where it's like the idle hands are the devil's playground. It's kind of the same thing, where it's like, if you're outside of the flock, if you're not walking with the flock, then you are an outsider that can be picked off. And so if Satan is a lion, if Satan is a tiger, which he is, he's a stalker, he will prey upon those who fall away from the pack. And so those who are not taking part in the Eucharist, what's that word?
Koinonia, really?
Koinonia.
Koinonia, yeah. I mean, yeah, this is not, okay, I'm realizing, after I'm typing it in here, I'm realizing, okay, well, I'm sharing this with a Catholic. Oh, but you're coming from Orthodox, you understand that.
Yeah, so I may just be forgetting the term, but let me see here.
Well, let me expand on it then. All right, so koinonia is commonly used for the Eucharist, but
Yep, I see it. Yep.
But it's more than just the Eucharist. It is describing now. Okay.
The Christian fellowship of the body of believers.
There you go.
Yes, fellowship, joint participation. Yeah, of course you know that because do you speak Greek? Are you a Greek fluent?
Comparatively to some.
Beautiful. Well, that's fine. That's honestly that's very glorious to you because like the majority of the Bible is of the New Testament is written in a fantastic Greek. It's Koine. Obviously, it's Koine, but good. Good. Like those who understand. Go ahead.
Sorry, let me point out the word is actually English. It's one of the most best kept secrets. I don't know why, because it's a Greek word, but it's actually English.
You know why? You know why?
Exactly why I'm saying.
Yeah,
this.
You know why? Yeah.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a word that needs to go into circulation. And
yeah.
It's missing in our world right now. It's missing in our lives right now.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's the facts. Is that you are saved together, you are damned alone, or you die alone. Now maybe not damned like in the sense of like you permanently go to hell. That's not what that means. But that's how you become hellbound.
Yep.
Is because you're not participating in the natural aspects of the church and of the community, and you're not surrounding yourself with believers.
Yep.
You cannot function as a Christian by yourself out in your home reading the Bible. You can't. Christianity is a communal religion. It is. It's a fact. Read the church fathers. Read St. Paul. Read the book of Acts. It is a communal religion.
Well,
it's written from that as it takes it for granted. That's the thing is like a lot of people will read it and they'll go, well, I don't really get that from the New Testament. It's like, it's because it's written taking that for granted. It thinks that you're already going to be part of the community. You're already going to be part of a church. It takes it for granted. It's like it's so obvious that like we would be part of a church. So I'm glad that Thaddeus, that's one of the things I really am happy that Thaddeus says, is that like if you have questions about the scriptures and you feel like you're a Christian and you feel like you're converting, go to a church. Go. And now, granted, I would, of course, narrow that down. I'd be like, go to a Catholic or Orthodox church. Obviously. Clearly, I would support that. But at least he's saying to go to a church.
Yeah.
Because a lot of Protestants don't think that.
Yeah. Let me just echo Josh's sentiments from earlier, man. You're on fire. You're obviously, this is part of you. I mean, you have such a deep passion for it.
Yeah, forgive me. Forgive me. I am.
I'm actually encouraging you to potentially pursue this military chaplain thing, man. Don't write it off.
I won't.
I think it's in your genes.
I won't, because maybe it'll be an Easter. Maybe I'd be a Byzantine. Maybe I'd be like a Melkite Catholic priest. Because obviously I do truly believe in the true claims of the Catholic Church. And I don't know if you want to get into that. Like, do we want to end on that?
Unfortunately, I'm not your guy because I really don't care. I don't know how that escapes you. Unfortunately, I'm gonna not satisfy that dialogue with you. So it would be.
That's fine.
It would be more of a monologue. It'd be more like you're just telling me what you think. If you want to do that, go for it.
No, I sent you that text message earlier when you said, well, can you put it into a single sentence?
Oh yeah, the book that you mentioned. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay, hold on. Yeah, go for it. Actually,
Vladimir Soloviev, Russia and the Universal Church. It's available most everywhere. You can even get it on Kindle. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
If read that book. If you are a Westerner, let's be clear here. Because I don't believe that if you're an Easterner and you join the church of your parents and your forefathers, I do not think that you're in the wrong. And nor would the Catholic Church. But if you are a Westerner, you're in America, you're in Canada, you're in Western Europe, you're a German, an Irish, a Celt, a Scot. I'm saying that synergistically. If you're a Celt, being an Irish or a Scot or a Welshman, if you're a Northern European, a Dane or an Icelander, if you're any of those things and you are discerning Christianity and you have determined that you want to be part of an apostolic church, which means you want to be Eastern Orthodox or you want to be Catholic, read that book.
Why?
Read it because it addresses the most fundamental things, because it's written from a Russian Orthodox man. Vladimir Soloviev was a Russian Orthodox man. He was a layman. And he is talking about, from a Russian perspective, what the necessity of the See of Peter is, and what the Catholic, even with its problems, why the Catholic Church is necessary to solve the problems of the Eastern Church. Even though he loves the Eastern Church, and he will compliment it constantly, just like I will, but he will say that there is a fundamental problem when you get down to it, and it is only solved by the See of Peter, which is the Catholic Church. That's it. And he thought that they have to join Russia, Constantinople, Greece, Antioch, all of them have to join the Catholic Church if they are to solve their problems.
It's funny that you made a distinction between Constantinople and Greece, because everybody else says that's just one and the same. But
Yeah, I know, but I'm a previous Orthodox, and I know that most people don't think that. So,
okay. Well,
yeah.
Most people.
He's a CIA plant. He's a FBI plant.
Right.
Which maybe it might be true. It might be true. I don't know. But to me, hierarchy is important. Hierarchy is what saves us. I am not a libertarian. I am not a Democrat. And I don't mean Democrat in the American sense. I'm not a democracy advocate. The church's St. John of Kronstadt, which is an Orthodox saint, said, in heaven there is a kingdom, in hell there is a democracy. That is a saint's quote. Now granted, saints aren't infallible, but that is an important quote. In heaven there's a kingdom, because Christ is king. In hell there is a democracy. Any hierarchy, and I think this bears out in history, history has been anti-hierarchical. They have destroyed the aristocracy. They have destroyed the kingdomship. They have destroyed the kingdoms. And they did it through revolutions. They did it through the French Revolution, the American Revolution. And all of those have been worse than the aristocracy that was ruled by the church. That's my opinion. I think that any honest reading of the history would prove that. Is that the revolutions were worse than the status quo, even though the status quo was bad. I'm not saying it wasn't bad. Obviously the aristocracy in France was bad. Obviously the aristocracy in America and the American colonies in Europe prior to the colonization of America was bad. But am I saying was the juice worth the squeeze? Was a revolution worth it? No. I do not believe that. I'm an American. I will never believe that the American Revolution, in which men went to war against their brothers and killed them en masse.
Yeah.
Well, I will never say that was good. Ever. Especially from a Christian perspective. Ever.
Which, by the way, is why I'm not a fan of Islam, because I don't like war. But
Yeah,
anyway.
sure. So no, granted, do I think that war is sometimes necessary? Yes, and I'm sure you do too.
Well, when Islam invades, then it's necessary in self-defense.
Yeah, sure. But like, I agree. So there are times when Christianity should defend itself or should go preemptively or whatever. But I'm saying that amongst Christian people, which were Europeans, when Europe went to war against each other in World War I, immoral. They shouldn't have done it. When they went to war with each other in World War II, immoral.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have done it. And before that, when America went to war against their kingdom because of a 3% tax rate, they chose to kill their brothers and sisters. Immoral.
Wow.
They literally killed their kin over a 3% tax rate. And we're getting taxed more than that right now in America. They killed their countrymen. They killed their neighbors. You're telling me right now, you would tell me right now that that's a Christian ideal? That America, and all the founding fathers were all Freemasons and deists. They weren't even traditional Christians. They weren't Catholics. They weren't Orthodox. They were radical Protestants. Radical Protestants. They were already split off because the English had already, under King Henry, had already split off from the Catholic Church and had gone to war against Catholicism. So that was a radical movement. The Anglicans were a radical movement out of Catholicism into a radical movement again. So you're going to tell me right now that was justified? That the killing of thousands of Englishmen blood was justified for a 3% tax rate? That was most likely deserved because the king funded the entire colonial effort. He gave them the ships and gave them all the weapons and everything. So no.
Yeah.
So no, yeah. So no, I'm an American man. I'm not a constitutionalist because I think the Constitution just protects predominantly, single, very wealthy people. But I do believe in the Second Amendment. I do believe in freedom of speech and all that stuff. Daddy? Hi, sweetheart.
Oh.
Mommy. Where's mommy? My daughter walked in. Hang on.
Yes.
She's over there. Go over there. Yeah, but do I think that the American Revolution predominantly was Enlightenment values influenced, and do I think that it was predominantly a net negative? Yeah. And it was too much blood. It was not because, dude, look at the Catholic teaching of just war theory. Did the American Revolutionary War fit just war theory? No, it didn't.
What do you mean?
We have a very clear and outlined, it's one of the benefits of Catholicism, we have a very clear and outlined vision of what does it mean to be a moral participant in war. We have a very clear idea of like what it takes to get involved in a war and what does it mean to participate in war and how do we behave. And the American war does not fit the criteria from the very precipice. It doesn't. Unfair taxation, which is arguable. That's the hilarious thing is it's not even realistically unfair. It was arguable that it was unfair. And yet they went to war over... They killed their brothers. They killed them. They went to war against their own people because of a unfair tax rate, which, like I said, I don't even believe is unfair whatsoever because of what the king furnished them with. But... it's because they were radicals. They were radical revolutionary Protestants who weren't even Anglicans, and they wanted to be their own thing, So, yeah, no, I am not an American revolutionary in that sense. I disagree with every revolution. The French, the American, every single one, going all the way back. Revolutions are liberal movements. It's a fact. In my opinion, they're liberal movements.
Yeah, I've never quite heard this perspective before, but it's definitely fascinating. Now you got me interested in doing some research on it.
Yeah, no, the French Revolution was an anti-clerical anti-hierarchical movement. And it ended up being, it's the seeds of communism. You're literally, the French Revolution is the seeds of communism. And it was the seeds of the American Revolution too. Is that they killed their own countrymen so much more than any aristocracy could have. And because it's very, and any honest historian will tell you that, is that the French Revolution was worse than anything that the aristocracy could have done. And the poverty and the starvation and all that stuff. I am anti-revolution. And that's hilariously, that's the Catholic position. Even though I held this position before I was Catholic, I am a counter-revolutionary. I believe that revolutions are awful. The Protestant Revolution, clearly terrible. The Gutenberg Press, clearly terrible.
Really? Okay.
I don't believe. Yeah, no. I'm on the opinion. Have you been on? Have you been on social media? I don't even know. I don't know if mass literacy is even a good thing. I don't know. Is it? I don't know.
Oh, wow, that's a radical idea. I've never quite.
I'm okay. So let me be clear here. I am very radical on these things. Now, granted, do I think that people should be able to read the scriptures and stuff like yes, but do I think that it should have exploded in the same sense of like the Gutenberg Press? No. I think it should have been curtailed. I think it should have been controlled. You know. Yeah, I don't think it should have been exploded. I do not believe in freedom for freedom's sake. Let's say that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm more on the other spectrum of this, but I will say this though. I kind of wonder sometimes if we're kind of being led into this whole idea that we need to be this individual third world farmer.
Sure.
So we can escape this tyranny that's coming.
Sure.
Just so we can be, well, ironically, go to this place that you might be describing. I could be wrong, but basically,
sure,
illiterate third world and
sure,
easy to control and manipulate that.
Yeah.
way.
So my opinion is that the illiterate farmer in the medieval ages was infinitely more free than the modern American.
No doubt. I mean, yeah. Look. Let me go back to this.
I legitimately believe that. Like I'm not memeing. I'm not making any over embellishments. I think that the medieval, the worst era, which I don't think was the worst at all. I think it was the best era. I think that the medieval era peasant, the serf, was infinitely more free than the modern American.
So let me emphasize actually your point on this. It's something that I experienced for about a month on Mount Athos. Oh.
Beautiful. Let's go.
All right. So, but really, I went to this place that was called the desert, and I had an experience where I realized why they call it desert, even though it was like all this vegetation stuff there. There was no water, so you get lost in that place, you're in trouble. But anyway, so they had no electricity. Their water they had a spring, and they had this pipe going down from the spring, from the rock, and all this stuff. And so they wanted hot water. They would have to cut down the tree to burn it in the iron furnace and get the water boiling and all these things. Like, so it was literally, I mean, you wanted something to eat, you go to the garden. What do you got? That's what you eat. You wanted to cook, you had to go cut down the tree to put it on the furnace.
Yeah, that's a very similar experience to my monastery, because we have a monastery right above us. It's a sisterhood, but it's very, very similar experience. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that was transformative for me. And it's
so close to the earth,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I was literally thanking God for water.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't.
What a beautiful. Honestly, let's not immediately gloss over that. What a beautiful and majestic thing to feel.
Yeah, it really was.
God be with you, and God praise you for just fill you with the Spirit for that. God, what an amazing experience. I don't want to gloss over that. Most people will be like, oh, and they just listen to that and it's whatever. But listen, read read the Ladder of Divine Ascent and listen to and think about the Desert Fathers and then hear that. That's my opinion. Read the Ladder of Divine Ascent and then hear that. So anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. Really brings to life the living water discussion. I don't want to overdo
Yep.
it. You know, it's a very
No,
real
no,
thing.
no. You're not going to overdo it. It's like the most fundamental aspect of one of the most fundamental aspects of the faith. You know, that was one of the reasons why it was so impactful when Christ told that to was it Rebecca who was at the well?
It sounds right. I'm horrible with names.
I think it was Rebecca who was filling. She was a harlot, and she filled up. She was filling up the well water, and Christ told her, I will allow you to drink from the well that will eternally satisfy. Because water is so God is so essential. You can go. There's nothing you can go. I don't think there's anything you can sleep. You can like revoke your sleep for more time than you can go without water. So
Yeah.
sorry, I'm not trying. Like I said, I'm not trying to derail, but
No, no, not at all. I mean, I just want to reinforce your point about how you were saying. So, I'm really big about freedom and democracy. I think that's a very fundamental Christian thing is to have your freedom. And
wow.
yeah, and this is a personal experience for me. Was how at one point in my life I felt trapped, and it was this God who empowered me that gave me this liberation from that trap. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, even these stories that you hear about, these religious people. Father Arseni, have you ever heard of that book?
Yes, I know exactly who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So for the audience members that don't know, and I should have brought that up, but Father Arseni is someone who was in a gulag because he was a
Yep.
Christian, right?
Yep.
And so he went through all these torturous things, but the whole time he was in this prison, this horrible prison, and going through all these crazy tortures, he was finding joy because of his relationship with God and bringing people closer to God and experiencing all these different miracles throughout. So it's actually a transformative, beautiful story, and it's kind of like what you're touching on, right?
Yeah, to a degree. One of my favorite Orthodox books. There are plenty, so it's hard to name this, but there was one that was about an Orthodox. I can't. I think it was the Russian occupation. I think it was the Russian occupation in World War II, the communist occupation, where there was a priest. He was a hieromonk, so he's a priest and a monk, hieromonk, and he was a surgeon. And so the Communist Party was like, "Well, you're very valuable, so you're going to perform surgeries." And he basically begged them. He said, "I will not beg them. That's demeaning." He asked them. He said, "I will only perform surgeries if you allow me an icon of the Mother of God. I will only perform surgeries under her watch," is what he said, I think verbatim. "I will only perform surgeries under the watch of the Mother of God, the Theotokos." As you obviously, that's a fantastic word. It's a fantastic word for you,
Yeah.
as well as me. The Theotokos is obviously just such an impactful term. Yeah, the God birther, the God bearer. Yeah. So I mean, just excuse me. Every time I bring it up, it just gets me so it's so majestic that I can't even really contain it. Whenever we talk about Marianic stuff, like I get really like in the weeds spiritually. I'm so sensitive spiritually to Marianic stuff, Marianic apparitions, Marianic imagery. Oh my goodness! So the Theotokos, all that stuff. Like and I understand why now the Templar were so not obsessed, but they were so devotional to Mary. I get it because there's this hyper when you're like a hyper masculine person, which I would kind of consider myself to be part of that. Is that there is like some beautiful devotion towards Mary that like it just transcends all of reality, and that's how I feel that. And so I know that the Templar Knights of the Crusades were like hyper devoted to Mary, and so yeah. So anyways, where's I going with this? But yeah, there. What?
I forgot. Sorry.
No. There were these. The devotions to Mary were so like.
Oh, you mentioned the
Go ahead.
Theotokos. Do you remember why you mentioned the Theotokos?
Yeah, what were you talking about right before that? Sorry, I'm getting in the weeds. Okay, it's my fault. Yeah. So you mentioned the Theotokos, and it's because like what I was saying is that there's the mention, just the mention of her is just so like tantamount to like the faith. You know, I think I was going somewhere, but I don't remember exactly that. So I'm just I guess I'll just leave it at that.
My bad. All right. Yeah, no, because that's actually one of my pet peeves when it comes to orthodoxy. Like again, I've got this Western
You said orthodoxy very interestingly right there.
orthodox. Sorry,
Orthodoxy. That's how you said it.
Sorry, my bad. All right.
No. It was hard for me to actually pronounce it that way. Hi, kitty. Are you scaring Daddy? Yeah. Boo. My youngest daughter is trying to scare me. Yeah.
How old is she? If you don't mind, is that okay to ask?
2. Yeah, I have 3. I have 3 daughters.
That's a great age too. Like that's a perfect age.
Boo. Okay, let's go. She walked in my door frame and she boo. Hey, cutie. You're so beautiful.
I feel horrible now.
Boo.
I've had you for 4 hours practically, and I feel like I'm tearing you away from your family.
No, brother, no. I told my wife all about it. She's totally understanding. Boo! He's so cute. No, it's totally understandable. She knows. I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear the daughter on that one?
It's adorable.
Nice. Here, come here, sweetheart. Come here. Come here.
I'm
you
scared.
Want to be on the camera?
I'm scared to dox your family, man.
No, she's left. She was like, no, daddy, I don't want to be on that.
Smart girl.
Hey, man, let me be clear here. If you dox, I've already kind of semi-doxed myself through this stream, but like, if you want to dox my family, my wife knows everything about what I believe. Like, my mother knows everything about what I believe. My dad knows about what I believe. My mother-in-law knows that. Well, so you'd be really hard pressed.
Well, I guess you're more in the safe than I am. You're like more, compared to me, more pro-Islam than I am. I'm like completely anti-Islam. So, but I have a fatwa on me already, as a matter of fact.
Well, like I said, I take what is good and discard what is evil. That's really my position on Islam.
So you cherry pick.
Fair, yeah, I guess. Yeah, if you want to consider like what St. Paul did, cherry picking, yeah. Yeah, because St. Paul cherry picked like paganism, so like he used the Zeus hymn in his scripture. So
what do you mean, like expanding on? That's a new one to me.
Okay, yeah, he used the what's the name of it? Hang on. Let me get the term, the exact term. He used a specific. Yeah, he used a specific. Yeah, he used a specific Greek term. Hang on.
This is the book that I mentioned earlier, Father Arseni, for the audience.
Oh, beautiful. Father Arseni is amazing.
Yeah, it was a good book.
Hang on. Oh my goodness, I'm in a back and forth between me and my buddy right now. That's why I'm scrolling through. Whew. So much text is so funny.
Let me tell you also why you're doing that, man. You've really got, I know this is going to sound gay, but you really got a voice for radio. Like, you really got the perfect voice for that.
This is going to sound gay.
It does. It sounds so gay.
That's so funny.
I had a guy that I was trying to get to be my comic book. Anyways, I've said too much. But anyway, yeah, a guy I was trying to get.
You haven't said too much, man.
Well, I just kind of named who I'm talking about without actually saying his name. But anyway, maybe blessed. But yeah, he told me the same thing, and as soon as he said it, I'm like, dude, like, yo, get away from me, man. Like, you know.
Yeah, anyway. I can't find the exact. I'll get back to you later on it. I know that he did quote one of. He did quote like a Greek Homeric poem during one of the gospel readings. I can't remember exactly what it is, so I can't scroll through it and figure it out. Yeah, it's the phenomena. It's the phenomena Zeus hymn. That's what it is. And it's because I don't have any problem with that. Some people might, but it's because Paul said, I will become all things to all people. So.
Okay. So he quoted this concept, and to you that justifies justifying Islam.
No, I wouldn't justify Islam.
Okay. All right.
No, I wouldn't justify Islam. But to be clear here, to be very, very, very clear, for the audience, and regardless, you can disagree with this. That's okay, Nicodemus.
I'm already disagreeing before you say it.
Perfect. That's fine. I am a hardcore religious zealot. Okay, I think that all. I think. Yeah, I think that all religions are banded together in somewhat of a brotherhood versus secularists. So I think that I would literally join forces with Mormons, Muslims, whoever, Buddhists, even though Buddhists are not transcendent God believers. I would join forces with all of them to battle secularists. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. I think that secularism is a total disease.
It is.
And so I would side with everybody who is against that, because we can hash it out at the end of the day. Like, we can debate it. We can have councils.
I gotcha. Okay, yeah.
We will get to the bottom of it, and people will know. Yeah. What's that? I trust that when we get down to religious belief, I do believe that God will lead us unto truth. I do, because I believe in the transcendent and powerful God. And so when we get down to so imagine, right? Imagine we're living in this world and we had massive religious upheaval where all the religious took power in all scenarios of society. And then we had like one world religion council. I'm not saying this is good. I'm taking this, it's all metaphor. This is all hypothetical. But I'm saying is that if that council was like, all right, debate out the reality, I do think that Christianity would ultimately win. Whereas I think that secularism is the disease right now. It's the disease for Islam. It's the disease for Christianity. That's the front line of defense. I do not think that Christians should worry about Muslims right now. I don't. Because they predominantly, as far as social issues, they agree with us about most things. Yeah, do I agree about the civilizational battle and all that stuff? Yes. Do I agree that Islam is not our European civilization and all that? Yes. But do I think that, like, since we're living in this multicultural hellhole, do I think that we should make ties with who we can? Yes. And so do I think that Islam, they are the ones who agree with us the most. They believe that Jesus is a proto-divine being. They believe that Mary is eternal virginal. They're more close to us than Jews. Jews believe that Jesus is a heretic who's burning in hell, just like his mother. So am I going to join, just like David Wood did when he had that debate against the Muslims? Am I going to join myself with some feminist atheist to just because I disagree with Islamic law about whatever, am I going to join arms with a feminist atheist who thinks that literally on her website says all religions are patriarchal oppression? Am I going to side with her? No. I'm going to side with Islam. I'm going to take Carl Schmitt's position, and I'm going to say Islam is my friend right now. And then when the whole world is Christian and Islamic, then Christians and Muslims can have the debate. But I'm going to take their side, and I hope they will. They'll take my side because they do. And we're going to duke it out, and we're going to win over the culture. And then when it comes down to it, and it's the West versus the East, and it's all Muslims and it's all Christians, then good. Then I will side on the Christian side, and we'll go to war. But that's fine. But until then, they're my friends. That's how I see it. Even though I disagree on certain things, but it's not. The certain things are so much less than the secularists and the atheists. That's the way I see it. Is there is an impending doom close to us, and it is not Islam. It's not.
What do you dislike for clarification here? What do you dislike about the secular sorry.
No, sure, secularism.
Thank you.
Sure. Homosexuality, transgenderism, anti-hierarchy, pro-democracy. And I know you're gonna get, you're gonna get a little in the weeds to me with that because you're, like you said, you like democracy.
Right.
I'm anti-democratic. I do not believe in democratic governance whatsoever. So, all liberal norms, which is freedom, democracy, freedom of speech, anti-hierarchy, egalitarianism, all people are equal, freedom of thought, freedom of the press, all of these liberal ideals I disagree with fundamentally. All of them.
All right.
Boo. My daughter walked in.
Yeah,
Boo.
She got you again, huh?
Yeah. Boo. Come here. You want to come here? He's like, no, I don't want to come here, Daddy.
Smart girl. See, smart girl.
I'm an adamant traditionalist, defender of antiquity. I think every civilization pre the French Revolution was the best.
Okay.
That's basically, you could lay out my position. Every belief that is prevalent prior to the French Revolution, I think are the best positions. That's basically my opinion.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, as they say. But
hell yeah, there is.
But all right, so when it comes to equality, I understand where you're coming from, why you're saying it. Like, this whole communistic thing, like this, trying to work your way toward mediocrity, right? Is that your kind of quarrel with that kind of thing?
Yeah, no, I think that communism is a race to the bottom. Communism is ultimately about tearing down hierarchy. It's ultimately about tearing down authoritative structures. And so, yeah, that's my problem with it. Is that it's an anarchist system. I think that anarchy is terrible. I think that anarchy is anti-raising good children. I think that anarchy is anti-family. I think that no family can raise can be well under an anarchist system. Authority and structure and hierarchy are the only ways that a productive family structure can exist. So I think that every revolutionary idea was. Hi, Kiki. I think that every ideal post the French Revolution has been crypto-anarchist. That's what I think. I think the American revolutionaries were anarchists in, maybe not in name, but they were ultimately. I think that anarchy is anti-human. I think it's anti-church. And so I would reject it entirely. I do agree that there is a level of democracy that is totally proper to human beings. Totally. 100%. Because I believe in the Catholic understanding of subsidiarity, which is that, like, the smallest form of governance is the best. So, like, I think that families, a husband, a wife, and children are the best precipice of all society. But that's not democratic. And I don't think above them it's not democratic. I don't think, and now granted, if you're going to have a democratic society, you have to have some of the harshest regulations on what it means to be a citizen and what it means to be an elected official. So you have to have land, you have to have like a family, you have to be moral, non-divorced, all these things to be considered even a remote candidate for a democratic system. And now, granted, the founding fathers, that's what they thought. They believed that. So they had democracy, but it had very stringent qualifications. And under those qualifications, I agree democracy can work. But outside of that, it's a horrendously bad system. Yeah.
Well, that's my argument, that under a Christian society, democracy works.
Sure. No, I don't disagree. But ultimately, do I think that it should be a hierarchical, monarchical system? Yes. Yeah. So I don't think that we should be electing our own. We should be electing our own officials in a very specific capacity. But do I think that the church ultimately controls who is a bishop and who is a priest? Yes. And do we as lay people have the ability to elect them? No.
Yeah. Well, let me clarify what I mean by democracy. I have a different definition of democracy in my head.
No, of course.
I don't mean elected officials. I'm not even talking about voting. I'm talking about
okay.
taking care of each other in a pure Christian society where there's only one king, and that's Jesus Christ.
Sure. Well, yeah. Now, So I would.
I don't mean that even metaphorically. I mean literally.
No, Christ is king, literally.
So
I believe that. So let me make that clear. I do. I believe that Christ is king, literally. But I do believe that there are kings that will preside on earth under him until the final judgment. I do believe that.
Okay. All right. So let me talk about the equality thing for a minute. I'm thinking about the Bible quote. You know how, well, for example,
neither Jew nor Greek.
No, but there you go. There's one. That's a good one, actually. But the Son of Man, Christ, I think, chooses to call himself the Son of Man for a reason.
Yep. It's funny that the Muslims always resort to the Son of God thing, and they always never talk about the Son of Man thing. They never do.
Really?
And the Son of Man is so much more powerful that the Son of Man is a divine figure, whereas Son of God applies to Moses. It applies to all kinds of people in the Old Testament. But the Son of Man will come on the clouds, and the only thing that will come on the clouds is Yahweh in the Old Testament understanding. So the Son of Man is Nabil Qureshi did such a good job about this, and he said that he even pointed it out when he was debating it. He was like, I knew you were going to point out the Son of God thing. And then they said, well, he was called a Son of Man. And he said, and that is where his divine name is that Christ's divine name is within the whole Son of Man moniker, not the Son of God. Son of Man is where the divine attributes come from. So, anyways, I don't mean to derail for a second, but
no, I mean, to me, I like that argument you just shared, but to me, that would be a good argument for Muslims to use. That when you take it literally, it means that he is human, Son of Man.
But when you look at the Psalms, you look at what Son of Man means, you get a little different. Like Son of Man on its face, when you say what Son of Man means, just without any context. But then when you read what the Son of Man is in the Psalms, it's like, oh my God, it's a divine figure.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So, yeah. So, no, I agree. On its face, when you hear Son of Man, you're like, oh, you can debate that. But when you get into the scripture, the Son of Man is a divine, he is co-equal with God, basically.
Good, yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things that's been so impactful for me with the Islam thing, is the Son of Man claim. Yeah.
All right. The other thing is when they say, your mother's here. I'm butchering here, but he says, whoever follows me, that's my mother, that's my brother, and so on and so forth. I'm really paraphrasing here, but so that too kind of speaks to the equality, or I guess you can go different ways with that conversation, but I'm talking about God puts himself at our level for a reason, or elevates us to his level for a reason. Sure.
No, spiritually, there is an equality. Let's be obvious. Let's be honest. The highest king is on the same level of the lowest peasant when it comes to the kingdom. That's a fact. But when it comes to the world and governing it, that is not the case.
Why does there have to be a but? Why is it yes indeed, but?
Because I think it's very clear. I think it's very clear from the very precipice of the apostolic succession. I think it's very clear that Christ did not want an egalitarian rule. And I think that even declaring himself king means, like I said, to quote St. John Kronstadt, in hell there is a democracy, in heaven there's a kingdom. I think it's very, very, very clear that human civilization is not meant to be ordered by democracy. It's not. It's meant to be authored by divine writ. Even if it's bad, even if it's bad, it's still authored by divine writ. It is. Because I do not think that democracy has afforded us a better civilization. I do not think that. And I do not think that anybody who really does anything beyond a surface level investigation will find that to be exactly the case.
Well, one of the things people like to do is talk about, well, the ancient Greeks and their democracy, look at how it flawed. But the thing there is, the thing there is
sorry, is that lewd? Sorry.
That was, yeah. Well,
sorry, I was just,
I'll try to, actually, I can't edit it, but that's all right. So the thing there is that, the problem there is what I'm talking about. We're still talking about people that were led to vote a certain way in the politics, and so we're still talking about corrupt politicians. All right, so let me just jump to the other thought. The husband and wife thing.
Okay, that's a big leap.
Yeah, well, to me it's not, because to me it's still, we're talking about equality. The way I see husband and wife is a left hand, right hand kind of partnership. I don't mean to sound liberal when I say partnership, but I mean,
yeah. See, I disagree with that. Yeah,
symbiotic. Okay.
So well, no, I don't think it's a left hand, right hand thing. No, not at all.
Well, what about the husband belongs to the wife and the wife belongs to the husband?
Well, of course. Well, that's obvious. My wife owns me, and I own my wife. That's very clear, spiritually and physically. Okay. But that doesn't mean that we're equal at all. Like, that doesn't mean left hand, right hand. I think left hand, right hand would be grossly understating our roles. Okay. I have a very specific set of masculine roles. So does she.
Well, that's what I mean by left hand, right hand. I mean, it's.
Yeah, but that to me that entails an equality that isn't there. Left hand, right hand, it means the same person, the same belief. No, there's all kinds of I know, maybe you're not, but that entails all kinds of things that I would never associate. The feminine essence is very clearly different than the male essence. It's the same reason why Christ regards the church as his bridegroom. You know this, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So the church.
Icons.
Perfect.
The bridegroom, yeah.
So it's perfect. So the church is Christ's bridegroom, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes. So what does he do? He eternally saves the bridegroom, yes? Even if she falls into error, yes?
Yes.
Maybe she won't fall into full error, right? But she'll maybe begin to error, but Christ will save her before she fully becomes subsumed with error. Yeah, yes,
that's a whole other conversation, but all right.
No, but yes, you would agree with that, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to.
You have to. Okay. All right. So I would agree with that fully, especially from the Catholic perspective. I do believe that Christ promised.
You're right. Okay, let me just say yes. You're right. I mean, yes, I can't disagree with that.
Okay, so yeah, so it's the same way. So the husband is just the same way. Is the icon, is the presentation of Christ's love for the church, and so there is no equal relationship between the church and Christ. There is not.
Wow. Okay.
So Christ is the head of the church, He is the bridegroom. He is the groom of the church. And the church is his bride. And that is where we get marriage. And you know that because that's where we derive our entire Christian ethos about what marriage is.
Well, all right.
Correct. Okay, am I wrong?
No, yeah, that's what you're putting in a very good perspective. It's pretty powerful what you're saying, how you're framing it.
So Christ's relationship with the church, which is his bride, is very unique. Now, granted, does he serve the church? Will he go to the cross for his church? Of course. This is not denied. Of course. So a man should go to the cross for his wife. Of course. But is it the same? Is it left and right hand? No. In my opinion, not at all. Christ is the bride, is the groom of the church. The church is the bride. And so there is a fundamental difference between those two ontological realities that you cannot deny. And so yes, in roles, yeah, you take the trash out, you do the backyard, you clean the clothes, whatever. Of course, there's equality in that, whatever, who cares? That's up to you and your wife to decide. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, is a man fundamentally the same, is a man fundamentally equal with his wife? No, because our marriage is modeled after the church. And what is the model of the church? Is Christ being the groom and the church being his bride. And the husband is called to be like Christ to the church. And then the bride is called to be like the church to Christ. And so these are not equal left hand, right hand things. They're not. They are so far above that. They're beautiful and they are majestic, but they are not left hand, right hand. So that's why I say that.
Let me ask you something. In addition to maybe the military chaplain thing, which again, for the third time, I'm going to encourage you to pursue that. Have you thought, or you said you do different kinds of videos like gaming and all that, but what about this kind of thing? Like you do have a voice radio and you have a passion for this stuff. Have you thought about maybe doing the apologetics kind of thing?
Yeah. No, I've done a little bit of it, But one thing I'm super cautious of is that I want productive conversations.
Right. Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And the online sphere is so toxic.
Yeah, I agree.
And
yeah,
you know this.
Oh yeah.
And so brother, let me be clear. I've done my channel has done super non-controversial stuff. And even then I still get massive amounts of hate. Really? Well, especially because they're like, you're not defending the faith against Islam. You were just listening to them. I'm like, yeah, that's literally what I said. Like when I opened the video, I said, I'm just going to listen to these guys. But everybody wants that dopamine release. Everybody wants that whole immediate, oh yeah, get them. I own the libtards. It's like the whole Ben Shapiro thing. I own the libtards. Yeah. And I'm not that guy. Yeah, I want to talk. I want to talk to you.
Right.
Even if you disagree, brother. Even if you fundamentally disagree with me, on all things. If you were a Protestant, you were a pro-democratic person, anti-hierarchy, pro-French Revolution, pro-American Revolution, whatever. I'm not saying that either of those are true or not true, but I'm saying that you agree with all those things. Whatever. I'm okay with that. Yeah. It's okay. But if you ask me my opinions, of course I'm going to give my opinions. So I'm all about giving people the space to talk. So ultimately, yeah, do I want to have my own channel and do I want to have these great theological discussions? Of course.
More power to you. I hope it happens because I think you got the right personality and all that going for you. So.
Well, thanks, man. I hope this was enjoyable. I hope you didn't hate me the entire time.
No, not at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, a lot of the things that I've been said, and I'm kind of now, not a lot, I don't want to give you too much credit, but definitely some of the things.
Yeah, don't fluff my ego, brother. Don't do that, because
No,
I'll have to
but
because then I'll have to pray. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But no, seriously, I mean, some of the things you really give me some food for thought. Like you give me some perspectives that I've never quite considered before. So I appreciate that.
Well, I would hope that throughout everything that my opinions are not super obtuse. I would hope that anybody that I talk to, even in real life, online, whatever, that I would be able to explain my opinions about things, and they would be able to go, oh, that guy doesn't believe what he believes for no reason. That's like one of my biggest goals.
Well,
Because I didn't, brother. I didn't come to my beliefs from nothing.
same here though. But
No, I agree.
yeah, I mean, like the whole people we can't talk about, as you put it. Like,
Oh boy.
look. Up until recently, I was completely liberal when it came to that. And even now,
Sure. Same. I wished, brother. I wished that wasn't true. Like, you know just as well as I do. You know that you wish that it was not true, because it'd be easier to believe that way.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying about.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. But
Yeah.
the thing is,
You wish you didn't see what you saw. That's what I mean.
exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
Same thing. Same thing with me. Same thing with me as far as the Catholic thing. I wish I could be another way.
Right.
Because then I wouldn't have to check my pride with the Pope and my bishop, all that stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. With the other, I mean, again, with the Catholicism, I'm not that familiar there, so I can't really speak on it. But yeah, with the other group, absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's heartbreaking, it's frustrating, but thankfully, you know, Scripture is beyond wise, and so
Bingo.
we've already been told how to handle those other people. You know.
Oh yeah, we were.
Which is, I hope we're gonna thinking the same thing. Which is, it's not on us to handle them. It's up to God to handle them.
Well, okay. Yes. But it's not up to us to like agree and like toe the line for them.
Yeah, I'm not saying agree with them.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's other people that are thinking what we're thinking, and we'll take it to the extreme. Like, well, we got to do this and that, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
Slow your roll.
Sure.
You're still God's people, and God will take care of them. I mean,
I don't know about the GP claim, but
okay. So everyone always stops me there. Wait a minute, but I mean, at the end of the day,
no, they do have specific blessings. They do.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. Obviously, why were they able to accomplish all they've been willing to accomplish?
Well, there could be an argument made there, but yeah, I mean.
Well, no. I don't think so. I don't think that God would allow such like predominant evil to possess all of his societies. Oh my gosh, I have to pee so bad.
Let me let you go, man, because I feel like I've tortured you, and I appreciate.
You haven't tortured me at all, man. God, this has been a great conversation. Thank God for you.
Been. I had no idea that I thought I was planning on an hour, so here we are, 4+ hours later.
I'm not a short-winded guest, man. I got a lot to say, a lot to talk about.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Again, I don't want. I've kept you away from your family.
They're all asleep now. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, I'd be looking forward to doing this again. Maybe a sequel. We'll have to
absolutely
pick up where we left off. We still didn't go completely to the can of worms, so we still got plenty to talk about.
Hell yeah.
All right. Thank you, man. God bless. How about closing things off with a prayer? Would you mind?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
How about the Lord's Prayer? Maybe. Would you be willing to lead us in the Lord's Prayer?
You want to? Yeah, lead me. You want to lead me in the Lord's Prayer? Do it.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Please give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Allow us not to fall into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy
Son,
Spirit.
Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
brother.
Amen.
God bless
Amen,
you.
brother.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you.